Welcome out to beautiful Raleigh, North Carolina, the home of the NC State Wolfpack. And this Wolfpack team getting ready to host Miami tonight in prime time. Should be a great game. Looking forward to it. And check out that new logo there.
Let's go.
Outside the Murphy Center.
That's
we like it. ACC Huddle hanging out with you all day long today. Carter-Finley Stadium. Going to be rocking tonight. A place where the Wolfpack are 16-3 at home over the last 3 seasons. As we say hello and good morning from inside Carter-Finley Stadium, Coach Mark Richt going to be joining us later on today. EJ Manuel, Eric McLean, Eddie Royal, Kelsey Riggs hanging out with you throughout the morning. And guys, tonight we are going to get to see the NC State Wolfpack, and we've got their head coach, Dave Lawrence, standing by, getting ready to join us, getting mic'd up. But first, you know, he seems to like it when he gets to go head-to-head with Clemson. Take a look.
Leary into the end zone, caught miraculously, Carter! The gold standard in the ACC on the brink, and the streak is over.
Can you show us how a coach celebrates?
Well, we got a cigar right here. We got a solo.
Attaboy.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Tell Steve Smith in the studio this ain't a basketball school. He can kiss my. No disrespect to him, but he disrespected our program. This is a great school that has great sports, and football is one of them. Do your homework before you start talking.
Tell me, did you miss me? Guess who's back?
A list. Is there anyone else that needs to pucker up before we get started?
All right. Hey, man, don't get mad, get even.
That's right. Always.
I like that.
Coach, what's the mindset of this team getting ready for another night game? This place is always rocking, and you got a good Miami team coming in.
Really good team. Yeah, we're excited. It's going to be a great game. Going to be a physical game. Trench warfare, for sure. Right. Line of scrimmages are going to be really important. And for us, it's like last week. Just play clean, win the turnover margin, you know, tilt the field our way in special teams, and just play really, really hard.
Coach, you seem like the type of player that you hate to play against, but you love to play with, right? That teammate. You got that family mentality about you.
Yeah.
It's all about the family. Where does that come from?
Wow, you know, being a kid that grew up in a big family, grandpa, my mom's family, 8 brothers and sisters, 40 cousins. Grandpa was a coach, and we spent a lot of time together. I grew up with some great friends. I got 8 of my college best friends here for this game. We were hanging out last night, and so I really believe in that. You know, I believe in friendship and family and God, and I think it's how we live, you know, and I take a lot of pride in that, and that's what our football program's about. It's about playing for each other and coaching for each other.
I think that's very evident, Coach, especially what you've built here over the last decade or so. Peyton Wilson is a guy that exemplifies that. I mean, one of the best players in the entire country. We've known that, and it's just like, please just stay healthy, be good, and be on the field. And he's been doing that this year.
Yeah.
What does he provide for this team?
He's a bad man. Yeah, he plays football like every snap's going to be his last, for real. And this sport means a lot to him, his teammates, his coaches. He pours it all out on the field, and he's in a great spot, you know, as a leader, a great spot spiritually, great spot family-wise. And I'm so proud of the kid, and it's been a blast and an honor, you know, to be a part of the journey with him.
Well, Coach, how's the quarterback room relationship been? Obviously, Anthony Morris has been the starter the past couple of weeks. Brennan Armstrong started the season as a starter. How's that room relationship been?
Those guys are really good friends. It's been cool. I mean, I'm really proud of MJ for supporting Brennan the way he did, and now Brennan doing the same back to MJ. I mean, they understand the chair, and they respect the chair, and they help each other in that, you know. And you'll get to see them playing at the same time some, you know, with Coach and I and some of the funky stuff that he liked to do. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm proud of both those guys.
Coach, we had obviously talked about your game last week where you tied the record for the most wins at NC State in program history, have a chance to take that top spot. I know for you it's just about these guys and what happens on the field and what you're building here. But what does that mean to you because of what you have built with all of these guys who've come through this program?
Yeah, you know, it was kind of hit me hard last week after the game. 100 wins is kind of a milestone as a coach, and to think about, you know, how you sit in this seat and all the things that come with it, and to make it that far. You know, the dash between your birthday and your death date, the legacy that you leave. I do think there's meaning in that. And for me, this is a tough job. You know, it's hard, and you're pushing a boulder uphill at sometimes, you know, but I think we've done it the right way. We've done it with class, and we've built a hard-working blue-collar program that I'm very proud of. And to be able to say that I'm the winningest coach here would be very meaningful.
Wow. KC Concepcion. Hopefully I didn't
man,
butcher that, right? True freshman and come in and have the impact that he's had. Is there something during the recruiting process that you saw that he can come in and help us right away, or has he been a pleasant surprise for you?
No, I saw him live with our players one day out there. You know, they were running around. I'm like, this guy already looks like he's here.
Wow.
You know. And that was when Thayer Thomas, who's playing in the NFL, was here. And I was just like, wow, this kid's super talented. You know, because you guys played, you never know what a freshman's mentality will be like. You know what their talent's going to be. But the mentality is the piece that makes him different. Right. The game's super easy for him. And what I mean by that is you tell him something one time and he can go do it full speed against anybody. And that's hard to do. Mm-hmm. And he's very, very strong in what he believes about himself. He's gifted and he's super tough.
I want to double down there, Coach, because over the summer, you know, you and I had a conversation, and with Robert and I coming in as your offensive coordinator, he loves to find matchups, and there's a guy that he will find and put them all over the place. KC has become that. Yes. Is that something where week by week you've just given him more responsibility, and maybe we'll see a final form here soon?
Yeah, I think when the season started, Coach was sharing the ball. He was trying to see who those guys were going to be that emerged, and he calls it the circle of trust. You know, the guys that eventually show they deserve the ball the most get it, and KC has obviously done that. So you're going to see him playing in a lot of different positions, maybe all of them but O-line today.
Put him at left tackle one time.
No. Maybe tackle over.
Tackle over,
Maybe we'll do something funky like that. But, yeah, man, we got to get the ball in his hands, and he's going to go do what he does. Yeah.
He's 6 catches away from tying the record for an NC State freshman, so could very well see that tonight. Coach, we cannot wait. We always love being here at Carter-Finley Stadium. We appreciate you getting up with us this morning and spend some time here.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's been great.
We'd love to have another soundbite, too, tonight, as long as it's not directed at any of us.
Right.
All right, Coach, we'll talk
I'll
to you
be watching the show. Don't worry.
Just let me know. Just let me know.
Promises.
Coach Doran, always good to spend some time with you. Let's get to our Saturday slate now. And EJ, kick us off with what we're going to see here tonight in Raleigh.
Absolutely. Well, look, the reason we are here in Miami versus NC State tonight in primetime fashion, the pride of the Wolfpack, freshman wide receiver KC Concepcion has been going off. Last week, KC earned ACC Rookie of the Week, which is his 3rd time doing that this season. Miami star freshman, though, Ruben Bain, you got to watch out for him. He's had a great season thus far. Again, 6.5 sacks on the year. Got to keep an eye on that guy on the D-line.
Mentioned those injuries. We'll get to that in a little while as Pete Thamel just had an update on that. But take a look now at NC State offensive lineman and art student Anthony Carter doing some spray painting in the Free Expression Tunnel here in Raleigh. The tunnel has been around since the 30s, but they've been painting it since 1968. So, yes, it is legal when it was painted red and white to celebrate the military vets of North Carolina. See him going to work here. Maybe have a little bit more for you on that later. Meanwhile, coming up, we hit the field not just to tell you about how this NC State defense is so effective, but to also show you they're as scary as that picture right there. Plus, the story of how injuries have defined but not derailed the success of NC State linebacker Peyton Wilson.
When I look back, I've always just, kind of understood, like, that these things happen to me for a reason, Maybe at some point I was too immature or I just wasn't ready for that moment. Some of the trials and tribulations that I've been through really helped me to become a better football player as well as a much better person.
In a game of I Spy, do not bet against number 11.
Left to right.
Fancher is hammered by Peyton Wilson.
There's nowhere to hide.
And a sack, Peyton Wilson. What a player.
Keep your eyes on the prize.
Club
After a big-time performance last week to help beat Clemson, NC State linebacker Peyton Wilson was named to the AP midseason All-American team. But the ACC's leading tackler, he's walked a long path to get here, battling numerous injuries along the way. Since his final season in high school, he has had 2 knee injuries, also 2 shoulder surgeries, and battled through all kinds of bumps and bruises along the way. But through the ups and the downs, he has continued to push forward and become NC State's unquestioned leader of the Wolfpack. Andrea Adelson has the story.
If we're out there for 75 snaps, I want to make every single play.
Pressure on and sacked. Guess who's in the backfield? Peyton Wilson.
I love the physicality of the sport. I love, competing with people and seeing who's the better man.
Number 11 once again saves the day.
It's a blend of elite speed and elite physicality. I mean, he gets to the ball in a hurry. He gets there with a bad attitude.
He is playing and leading at an outrageously high level right now.
It was one of those plays where you knew it was going to be one of the turning points in the game, and you always like to see your leaders step forward.
Klubnik's pass,
I had my mind made up that if that guy was close or not, I was still going to dive just for the dramatic effect of it.
Peyton Wilson diving for the end zone. Touchdown, NC State.
The energy that it brings to me, like the happiness that I get from just hitting people and making plays, I really love being on that field.
To understand NC State linebacker Peyton Wilson's joy on the football field, you must first understand his journey. In 2020, Wilson led the ACC in tackles and was named first team all-conference. Heading into his junior season, the 6'4", 240-pound linebacker was quickly rising up NFL draft boards.
At that time, I was so worried about going to the next level, and I thought that was it. I played great this year, and I'm gone. We were down in Mississippi State, just a casual swing route. They throw the running back, and I make a tackle in the flat.
Peyton Wilson right now, the player down for NC State.
My shoulder ends up blowing out of the back of my arm.
The injury would require surgery. Wilson's season was over.
I didn't really know what to do, so I really just leaned on my family. I started going home a lot. I started talking to my mom and my dad just about stuff outside of football. I found love outside of football so I could love this game again. It kind of lit a fire. I was just so eager, so anxious to get back on the field and do the things that stripped away from me.
He's had time to reflect and think about how he was playing, what he could do better, and gain perspective on the importance of the sport. When you lose the sport, it changes your mentality a little bit about how you practice and prepare.
When I got to this level, I didn't really understand what it took to actually be great or make it through a whole season. So just understanding the nutrition that it takes, the prehab, the rehab, and just understanding my body, what I need.
Wilson returned for the 2022 season, racking up 83 tackles and 4.5 sacks. Faced with the opportunity to go to the NFL, Peyton decided to come back for a 6th and final season.
I just wasn't happy with the way that I would have left. I think I had a lot more to prove.
He's having fun, man. He is. Laughing with guys on the sideline, laughing with guys in the locker room. He's definitely enjoying the moment.
Not only has the love of the game returned for Wilson, but so has his elite athletic ability. Earlier this season against Notre Dame, he was clocked running a max speed of 23.4 miles per hour.
I'm from a country area, grew up on a dirt road. I ran from them dogs on that dirt road my whole life. That was just me opening up as fast as I can and trying to chase somebody.
We were blown away when we actually saw it in real time. I do believe whenever he goes to the NFL Combine or Pro Day, he's going to run 4.39.
The injuries have made him who he is, and he's a tougher version of himself. He respects the game more than he ever has because it's been taken from him multiple times.
When I look back, I've always just, kind of understood that these things happen to me for a reason, Maybe at some point I was too immature or I just wasn't ready for that moment. Some of the trials and tribulations that I've been through have really helped me to become a better football player as well as a much better person.
Such an impressive young man in Peyton Wilson. I mean, you see what he does on the football field, but also off the football field, just who he is. Here's some food for thought presented by Food Lion. And you see, he's been feasting on opposing offenses all season, leads the conference in tackles and run stops, and ranks 4th in tackles for loss. Now, over the summer, EMAC and Roddy Jones caught up with defensive coordinator Tony Gibson to talk about some of the Wolfpack blitzes and, of course, Peyton Wilson, what he does.
We have a couple of plays here, and offensive lineman, I want to see pressures. I want to see some exotic stuff. So we're going to start with what I call a cross dog right here. Just walk us through kind of principles, what guys are supposed to be doing.
Yep. All right, so very basic blitz for us. So starting with our D-line first, we can see C.J. Clark, number 5 here. He is a rip-contain player, so he's the edge of our defense to the field. Davin Van, all right, he's
War Daddy, by the way.
Yes.
Both those dudes.
Player.
Both those dudes.
So Davin Van is a rip-contain player to the boundary. And then our inside guy right here, Corey Durden, all right, he is going to go opposite of where our pressure's coming from. We're just field pressure, cross dog, all right? The key for us is we want to try to isolate and put all the heat right here on 61. Make him make a decision, read the protection, and as you'll see in this clip, Drake does a great job of reading 55. They're going to slide protect, and they're going to slide it to the field, and he's going to cross it, and it opens up. When it opens up, Isaiah, is going to come through the B gap here.
You mentioned the job that Drake does getting to the opposite shoulder of that center, and show us how that precision, where does that come from that he can operate, especially from depth like that?
Yeah, what he does here, and Isaiah wants to take it, so he's going to go first. You can see him starting to creep the line of scrimmage. So he's going to go right now, and we're going to try to get 61 turned to open this A gap up for Drake. Once he reads that, all his eyes at that point, Drake's eyes are going right here to 55. Once he steps, it's over with. We're crossing it right now.
It's a thing of beauty when you do it right.
Yeah, this is a masterpiece here. The boys executed well. And watch Peyton as soon as he knows, because Drake's job right now, once that back blocks him, we want to grab. We want to bury the back because we know now we've got him.
That's good insight right there.
And when your guys trigger downhill, when Peyton decides to come, there are bad intentions in his mind, and that is a beautiful thing for a defensive coordinator.
All right, guys, so we saw it from the defensive perspective. Now I'm going to show you as an offensive line, how can we protect it? How can we really solve this? So I've got my center. I'm going to be the left guard. Left tackle here. Got a running back, so he's going to see how we fit. And then the defense, we're in pennies this week. Let's go. You can tell who the defense is. So basically this first look, what we're going to have from EJ here is a young linebacker, a guy who's a little bit inexperienced. He's excited. He gets to blitz. And so what you're going to see is on the snap, he's twitching. So I'm just saying, hey, running back, that's my guy. Gotcha. I got him right here. Ready, go. And so I'm patient. I see him. Boom. Everybody fits up perfectly. You pick up the blitz. You get it going on here. Now, the problem that you run into is when they're good. When that's Peyton Wilson out there, he's not going to show it. He's not going to tip his hand. And so as a young guy, I might see, okay, alignment-wise, I'm expecting it, but we're not communicating. So basically, I'm sliding left here. Ready, go. And so I'm getting here, and I get excited, and then I jump back in. And so the problem you run into is we got a free rusher. Comes through clean. This happens all the time with young guys. Inexperienced guys, because they see that werewolf and they get a little overeager. So you got to be patient as an offensive lineman, but also that werewolf gets it done. That's how you stop it. You got to know what you're looking at.
I mean, I feel like there was a couple werewolves out there. Am I wrong? No? Yeah?
Just might see one later.
I think we're going to see one a couple times throughout this show. We're going to talk more about the defense throughout the show and throughout the day, as well as you're taking a look at the Murphy Center and, of course, that iconic Wolfpack turf statue.
Hey, hold on, Kelsey. We got to look at this werewolf one more time here, because this is terrifying. The talons, the claws.
I hate you guys.
I mean, as a quarterback, you see this, you just go down. Get rid of it. Get rid of the ball.
I think as a human, you see that and you just run.
So now we can go. One more from Raleigh after this now, Kelsey. Maybe one or two more times we'll see this.
Oh, the slow push, too. Thank you, guys. Chris Cotter, thanks so much. Welcome into the ACC Huddle, the Memorial Bell Tower. If it's lit red today, that means NC State would have 6 wins for the 9th time through 11 seasons. they'd be bowl eligible, and we'll see what happens because they're going to have to get through Miami to do that. Meanwhile, Dave Doran got his team fired up, ready to play. We're going to take you inside the locker room in just a little while. You'll hear from him, his pregame speech. He was fired up last week. We'll see if he's fired up today. Meanwhile, Miami coming on the road, trying to continue the success that they have had his second season as a head coach. They're 6-2 right now and trying to pick up another ACC win. Here at Carter-Finley Stadium, a place that is so fun to play. This crowd is always bringing it, and so is MJ Moore, starting quarterback for this Wolfpack team. What will he be able to do against a Miami defense with All-Americans? And speaking of All-Americans, how about this talent? I mean, Jackson Carter doesn't just play tight end. Carver doesn't just play tight end, also, can juggle.
You snuck away from the circus.
Coach, did you used to juggle before games, Coach?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Yeah, I figured.
Can any of you juggle?
No.
Me neither. You can?
I cannot.
Oh, okay. I was impressed. EJ Manuel, our Hall of Famer, Coach Mark Richt, Eric McLean, Eddie Royal, Kelsey Riggs. Great to be with you. And you got to get ready for the game. I mean, this guy's already got his jersey, right? Just give him some shoulder pads, Coach. He's ready to go.
How do I look? How do I look?
This is why college football is great right there, baby. He's getting ready to go.
Is he looking on Snapchat?
It's like an icebox from Little
I mean,
Giants.
I think he's using it as a mirror at first, right? Like, okay. Oh, yeah. This is good. I look good. Give me that photo.
Profile pic.
More. Meanwhile, getting ready for a big game here in primetime. Cheerleaders are getting ready as well. Wolfpack Nation going to be coming out strong here at Carter-Finley Stadium as Miami heads to town. We'll break down the matchup throughout the show right here. You're watching the ACC Huddle.
In a game of I Spy, do not bet against number 11.
Left to right.
Answer is hammered by Peyton Wilson.
There's nowhere to hide.
And a sack, Peyton Wilson. What a player.
Keep your eyes on the prize.
Love next pass. Intercepted. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown NC State.
Never seen anyone play that hard.
Keep your eyes on the prize.
What a career Peyton Wilson has had, and it is not over yet. Going to get to see him on this field, Carter-Finley Stadium, in just under an hour. Y'all, he's dealt through so much, dating back to high school, has had knee injuries, 2 shoulder surgeries, and continue to push through and let it not define his career and to continue to motivate him day in and day out. Andrea Adelson has more on his stories and how it gave him a new perspective on the game he loves.
If we're out there for 75 snaps, I want to make every single play.
Pressure on and sacked. Guess who's in the backfield? Peyton Wilson.
I love the physicality of the sport. I love, competing with people and seeing who's the better man.
Number 11 once again saves the day.
It's a blend of elite speed and elite physicality. I mean, he gets to the ball in a hurry. He gets there with a bad attitude.
He is playing and leading at an outrageously high level right now.
It was one of those plays where you knew it was going to be one of the turning points in the game, and you always like to see your leaders step forward.
Club next pass. Intercepted.
I had my mind made up that if that guy was close or not, I was still going to dive just for the dramatic effect of it.
Peyton Wilson diving for the end zone. Touchdown NC State.
The energy that it brings to me, like the happiness that I get from just hitting people and making plays, I really love being on that field.
To understand NC State linebacker Peyton Wilson's joy on the football field, you must first understand his journey. In 2020, Wilson led the ACC in tackles and was named first team all-conference. Heading into his junior season, the 6'4", 240-pound linebacker was quickly rising up NFL draft boards.
At that time, I was so worried about going to the next level, and I thought that was it. I played great this year, and I'm gone. We were down in Mississippi State, just a casual swing route. They throw the running back, and I make a tackle in the flat.
Peyton Wilson right now, the player down for NC State.
My shoulder ends up blowing out of the back of my arm.
The injury would require surgery. Wilson's season was over.
I didn't really know what to do, so I really just leaned on my family. I started going home a lot. I started talking to my mom and my dad just about stuff outside of football. You know, I found love outside of football so I could love this game again. It kind of lit a fire. I was just so eager, so anxious to get back on the field and do the things that stripped away from me.
He's had time to reflect and think about how he was playing, what he could do better, and gain perspective on the importance of the sport. You know, when you lose the sport, it changes your mentality a little bit about how you practice and prepare.
When I got to this level, I didn't really understand like what it took to actually like be great or make it through a whole season. You know, so just understanding like the nutrition that it takes, the prehab, the rehab, and just understanding my body, what I need.
Wilson returned for the 2022 season, racking up 83 tackles and 4.5 sacks. Faced with the opportunity to go to the NFL, Peyton decided to come back for a 6th and final season.
I just wasn't happy with the way that I would have left. I think I had a lot more to prove.
He's having fun, man, he is. Laughing with guys on the sideline, laughing with guys in the locker room. He's definitely enjoying the moment.
Not only has the love of the game returned for Wilson, but so has his elite athletic ability. Earlier this season against Notre Dame, he was clocked running a max speed of 23.4 miles per hour.
I'm from a country area, grew up on a dirt road. I ran from them dogs on that dirt road my whole life. That was just me opening up as fast as I can and trying to chase somebody.
We were blown away when we actually saw it in real time. I do believe whenever he goes to the NFL Combine, a pro day, he's going to run 4.39.
The injuries have made him who he is. He's a tougher version of himself. He respects the game more than he ever has because it's been taken from him multiple times.
When I look back, I've always just, kind of understood like that these things happen to me for a reason, Maybe at some point I was too immature or I just wasn't ready for that moment. Some of the trials and tribulations that I've been through have really helped me to become a better football player as well as a much better person.
No, Dave Doeren is happy to have him back for another year. Leads the ACC in tackles as well as run stops, 4th in tackles for loss. And he's also only missed 6 tackles all season long. Pretty impressive stuff from Peyton Wilson. Coach, what's it like to have a player like that who, first of all, has his talent, but also his passion, his leadership, all those other intangibles that he brings?
Right, he's an amazing player. And I coached for Coach Bowden over 20 seasons ago, and he had a saying that he talked to the defenders about. He says, you got to play with a total disregard for personal safety. I haven't thought of that thing in 20 years until you watch this kid play.
Wow. And
that's how he goes. And to have that many injuries and not change the way he plays, because he's so passionate and he's so he flies around like a madman. And he hadn't slowed down one bit because of these injuries.
Well, the thing that comes to me when I think about Peyton Wilson is the mental toll that really wears on you when you have those injuries. I dealt with it in the NFL. There's some dark days, man. Because you're in the training room all early. Your teammates are running out there to practice. You miss that. You miss being with the guys. But the cool part about it is not only for yourself, but also your teammates are watching you grind and get back healthy. And then they see you get out on the field and still lead and still play at a high level. So I think that's convicting. It's more so not even just verbally being a leader. It's also just how you move. And so I think that's something also that Peyton should be really proud of.
I agree, and what I see from him, 23 tackles at or behind the line of scrimmage, that tells you all you need to know about him. He's an aggressive linebacker who's attacking the line of scrimmage, trying to make plays in the backfield, and also he's great at getting after the quarterback. I mean, y'all talk about him as if he could play DN in the NFL, and I don't disagree with y'all. Like, you see the way that his pass rush moves. You don't really see that too often from linebackers. Jeremiah Charter Jr., I saw him. He's great at it as well. But Peyton Wilson is awesome, and like you said, the mentality that he brings to this team. And we had Coach Dave Doeren on set, and when you brought him up, E-Mac, you just saw the smile on his face. You could tell how much Peyton Wilson means to him.
Well, I think there's no question about it. Like the relationship that those two have. Listen, Coach Doeren was a linebacker. He's a linebacker coach, D coordinator, and now obviously a head coach. So he loves that position and obviously holds it dear to his heart. But when you look at Peyton Wilson and you just ask the question, why is he so good? What separates him? Coach, I think the number one thing is the lack of regard for his own health.
Right.
Like, he's going out there to do whatever it takes to get a guy down to help his team win. But also, you look at the other intangibles, and you look at the speed, you look at the reaction, you look at the surefire tackling ability. But what I think really sets him apart, EJ, you've mentioned this 100 times, he reminds him of Luke Kuechly, and the way he prepares, the things that he sees, Coach, is truly impressive.
Well, the other thing, talking to him yesterday on PM, we asked another reason why he plays the way he plays. He mentioned his mom and dad, in particular his mom. I think his mom's a hard ass. She gets after him. If he gets knocked down, it's not like, oh, my baby got knocked down. It's like, get your butt up and go. So I think just how he was raised is a big part of it.
I think the big part, too, is, I mean, you lose Drake Thomas and Isaiah Moore. I mean, those three were the leaders on that defense, and he was kind of left on his own. It was like he has to be the guy to stand up and be the quarterback of that defense. And it's not only the defense, it's the whole team now. And so the whole team has that mentality. It's an aggressive mentality, and I love to see that from him.
But also, he saw those guys go through so much while he was as well. Like, that linebacking core over the last couple of years was just riddled with injuries. And the other thing that we heard Coach say this morning was he plays every play like it's his last play. Yeah, he's going to leave it out there because he's lived, you know, not to be dramatic, but he's lived that life and has gone through it so many times.
Had it taken away from him. I think it's interesting you bringing up those guys leaving, Eddie, because it left a void. And now he's a great player and has been a great player for many of years, but the leadership void, I remember us being here over the summer and talking with him about that because he is the guy. He's the voice. Yeah. And he said it was very uncomfortable. I had to learn quickly. And I can't lead, just by example. I have to be able to say things. And when I do speak, people listen. And that's a heavy burden if you're not ready for it, but obviously he was.
Yeah, you think about his future too. And this guy, you talked about him in the NFL, and we've had discussions about it off air. I asked him yesterday, what do you think you were running a 40? He said he might crack 4.4, 4.5.
Wow.
If he can do that, guys, I mean, we're talking first, second round because he's that good of a player. Yeah. And then you have a pick six, you add that to your resume and your film, making a lot of money this year.
Yeah. Speaking of film, they had good film of it too with that ref cam. So you really got a good angle to see what he was able to do. He's been so impressive for them all season long. We'll get to see him in just about 50 minutes right here on ACC Network. And that'll be the primetime game. That's part of the defense we've been talking about. Let's talk about the offense too, though. On the other side of this break, take a look at MJ Morris. What can this Wolfpack offense continue to do if they want to take down Miami? Bojangles counting us down to kickoff here on ACC Huddle.
Bojangles. Come on, Bo-Town.
Mr. Bojangles.
Mr. Bojangles.
Meanwhile, Coach, keep singing us a little song because we're going to talk about these fans too.
You thought we was off. You didn't know I had it in me, did you?
They got a fire. It's starting to get a little chilly. Pretty nice night for football and assault. Welcome back into the ACC Huddle. Wolfpack defense just coming out onto the field, getting ready for this primetime showdown with Miami. Coming your way, 8 o'clock on ACC Network. Should be a good one because Pack and Canes, both as members of the ACC, these games have been decided by an average of 6.3 points per game in those 6 games. And speaking of quarterbacks, we'll get to see MJ Morris, and he's just young in his career, but also has a ton of talent. What will he be able to do today against this Miami defense? Coach, show us what we've seen from MJ Morris and what you like.
Well, MJ is a special player, and he's just beginning to be a great player. He's a kid that I wanted to show this tape on some of the things that he does best. But first of all, let's look at his accuracy. If you have pinpoint accuracy, you have a chance to run after the catch. They got a great scheme here with the quarterback in position to hit his running back out the backfield, run the post route to clear the way. And you've seen it many times. A ball thrown behind, the defender tackles him. They have to settle for a field goal. No, hits him on the dead run, so his accuracy is spectacular. Now, timing. This is a huge play. He sees the linebackers up on the line of scrimmage. He knows there's a good chance he's going to hit his, we used to call a broken arrow route on the backside, but he's got to throw it quickly or the backside or the middle safety is going to splatter that guy. So he did a good job of the timing. Now this is about safety. This ball looks like it might be a bad ball where you make a guy go down to get it, but the reality is he's sitting him down in the zone because if he hits him on the dead run, all those zone defenders are about to blast that kid. So he does a great job there. And then, of course, being able to be creative with your legs and be able to cross that line of scrimmage and get first downs, rushing the ball. He's got all the tools. Now he's got to be a consistent performer.
Well, he is definitely working on that. Just his second year playing for the Wolfpack. Wasn't the starter at the beginning of the season, but has come in and has really taken on that role. EJ coming off the bench early in the season, comes in and fills in for a veteran guy and Brennan Armstrong when they make the quarterback switch. What do you like most about the confidence that we've seen him grow throughout these games?
Yeah, what I like most about him is that he can keep every single play alive. And throughout the ACC, we have a couple guys like that. Thomas Castellanos is one of them. Jordan Travis is one of them. But I do think MJ, even though he's still young, he's getting better every single time he comes out on the football field. He has a swag, too. I ran into him yesterday, and, he was doing shopping at food line. I was doing.
What was he doing?
He was shopping at food line.
What were you doing?
What
were you doing?
I was handing out some flyers and things like that, handling some business, having a good time with food line. Shout out to y'all. But MJ was walking through, and I just asked him how he felt about this football game. Said he was excited for the opportunity. Said they got some special things for this Miami defense, and I think this team's in a good spot in the future. Yeah. This young man at QB1.
Yeah, we're going to see. I would love to see just some more consistency from this Wolfpack offense. And listen, when you have a player as special as KC Concepcion, listen, they're going to try to get him the ball a lot of different ways. I wouldn't be surprised at all, Eddie, if we see that even take a step further tonight against Miami. We talked with Coach Doran this morning. He kind of said that, listen, Coach Robert and I, those first couple of games, he's doing this wide circle and seeing who can handle the offense, who can handle the responsibility of being a go-to guy. KC here stepped to the top immediately. Look for him to be in the backfield, in the slot, out wide. They're going to motion him around. Eddie, it's all about one-on-one matchups.
And Eddie, you see those 6 receiving touchdowns. Those are already the most by a freshman. And guys, we're not done with the season yet. They still have 4 games left tonight, including Miami. But Eddie, if he wants to have success, he's going to have to get past this Miami defense. And Riley's had some injuries this season. They do have an All-American playing for Miami.
Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good guy back there, right? Cam Kitchens, he's one of the best in the country. They talk about him being a first-round pick, and I'll show you why. He does a great job of reading the quarterback's eyes, especially younger quarterbacks. He takes advantage of them staring down their receivers. Right here, you're going to see quarterback staring down the receiver, and Cam's going to make you pay for it. He came from the middle of the field and made a play. Right here, we're going to see it again. Just the speed. As a young quarterback, you need to be able to look this guy off, because if you don't, he will make you pay. Right there, he's going to show you his closing speed as well, and then the ball skills to be able to bring the ball in. This isn't an easy catch, but he's able to bring it in. He had 3 interceptions this game, returned 1 for a touchdown, and as you see right here, he takes advantage of the underclassmen. 6 of his 9 interceptions have come against younger quarterbacks because he's reading their eyes. MJ Morris has to be careful not giving away where he's going with the ball. And Cam's going to be shadowing KC Concepcion. Everybody knows that that's where you want to go with the ball, so look out for Cam shadowing over him.
I'll take a safety over my slot any day.
So you're saying what these young quarterbacks do is what I do to you guys during highlights, where I just stare at you and make eye contact so everybody else knows where we're going? It makes you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Well, how do you know when to talk? What do you mean?
A little inside baseball right there.
All right, so taking a look at Cam Kitchens and this Miami defense. Emac, it's not just him, though. They've got some other dogs on this defense.
Oh, there's no question about it. And you look at, Leonard Taylor up there, defensive tackle. Reuben Bain, who is an absolute freak of nature. NC State is going to have a plan for those guys up front, whether it's chipping, whether it's slide protection, max protection, having a tight end maybe staying from time to time. Listen, we know it's trench warfare. It's on and popping when you see these guys and the way that they've played. But I also have to give love to, Kiko Maui-Noa there at the linebacker position. The things that he has been able to do, he is thriving very nicely with this Miami defense.
Yeah, Corey Flagg Jr., I go back to him. When we were there in Miami, he had a great game against Clemson. I think he's one of the pillars on this defense. You mentioned Leonard Taylor. These guys are good, man, and they know they're good. And I understand the record may not look at, Coach, you could probably hit on that even more. This is a really solid defense, and MJ Moore's going to have to be sharp tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Reuben Bain Jr. This guy got 7.5 tackles for loss, and he's been shown up big in the last few ball games. A guy that's a force to be reckoned with.
All right, tell me this. Y'all might think I'm crazy, right?
You're crazy.
Move Brennan Armstrong to the quarterback, to the playmaker position, like they did Keaton Thompson last year. He's your best. He's one of your best players, right? Why have him on the bench? He's the leading rusher. He still leads his team in rushing.
That'd be fascinating.
I try to get him in the game and get him the ball. We see he plays like a bulldog. Why not get him out there so he can make some plays?
Well, Coach Doran hinted that this morning on our set, in our first show.
Oh, really?
And he said, look, you might see Brennan Armstrong. I think he was in the game last time they played. So maybe Robert or not does something creative like that. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a great idea.
Robert and I always said you got to get your best players on the field in any way possible. So he had all of those quarterbacks there. Going to play in just about 35 minutes right here on ACC Network. And you're taking a look at Dave Doran. In just a little while on the other side of this break, you will hear from Dave Doran. We will take you inside the locker room. He was fired up last week. Will he be fired up before this game? You'll hear what he said to his team after this.
So I'm asking you to have courage. That's what I'm asking you to have, right? I'm asking you to fight. And that's what you've been doing. But I want to point that out, man. The reason that you do that is the reason that you're a family. From the first play to the last, as long as you can play, putting Wolfpack football on tape. Everybody got me? Have fun today, boys.
All right, that was Coach Doran mic'd up talking to his team before the game, and you take a look at what he could potentially do tonight. 77 career wins. We saw him tie for the most wins in program history with the win tonight. He would have that sole title as the winningest coach in program history. Let's go to our coach for more on that, because, Coach, we talked about it with Dabo Sweeney, but also Dave Doran has built something really special and continuously special and continuously good here at NC State.
Right, well, there's something about being at a school for a long time. I was very blessed as an assistant to coach under Coach Bowden, who had been there for 30 years. I got to be there 15 years. I got to see players leave and come back as a married man with children. I've gotten to see guys get baptized or whatever it is. I mean, there's nothing like staying connected with the guys you got a chance to coach. And because they make a difference in your life down the road.
Mm-hmm. And Coach, I think it's the blue collar just grind that he has gotten here. It's very impressive to see a guy who has totally instilled his culture into this program.
His 11th season here at NC State, but right now let's go up to our booth. Wes Durham, Tim Hasselbeck hanging out up top. And guys, I hear that we have an update on Miami running backs. What can you tell us? How's that going to factor in tonight? All right, so we're hearing them right now. You guys actually are not hearing them right now. They're saying that A.J. Allen is out for this game, and they're going to continue to try and run them. I'm still hearing Tim Hasselbeck tell us all about it in our ear, so I'm going to take it out and talk to you guys instead. A.J. Allen is out for this game, according to these guys. So what do they need to do to get the run game going?
Well, the good thing is they still have a lot of other great running backs, right? And you have that big offensive line. You want to really lean on those guys against this talented defense, right? It's going to be a challenge because these guys move around, they try to heat things up, and they're going to make decision-making happen faster. So when you see that, establishing that line of scrimmage, Kelsey, is going to be vital.
Yeah, and you showed a great example of the blitzes that they do, one of them being that cross dog with that Mike and that Will or that Sam coming in the middle of that offense. So it's going to be huge for them to also have some adjustments, hot route, side adjustments in the slot to get that ball off from Tyler Van Dyke's hands.
But that is the importance of being able to run the ball, because when you get into those 3rd and 6, 3rd and 8, that's when they dial up those blitzes. Right. They know you got to throw the ball, and they bring the house.
Yep.
When you blitz, you take the chance of getting creased in the running game. It does help you in pass protection, and sometimes it's a run beater. But if you pick up the twist perfectly, you create seams, and before you know it, you're the running back's on your free safety.
The interesting thing that I'm going to be watching tonight is Tyler Van Dyke's leg. How is that? How healthy is he? How mobile is he going to be? Is he able to move around and to avoid guys? Because listen, Coach Tony Gibson is going to bring the blitz. They are going to send it. They love to do that. They love to throw exotic looks. And when you have those talented, fast, aggressive linebackers like NC State does, there's the wrap or the sleeve on his leg there. It doesn't look like a big brace, though. I think they're going to challenge that. I think they're going to try to absolutely come after Tyler Van Dyke and try to get him either to make a quick decision, or get him moving out of the pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if he does have to get in these situations where he has to get a ball out of his hands, he has some great weapons to use.
has.
Kobe Young, Isaiah Horton, these guys have been excellent all season long. And I just believe this could be a night we see Miami try to play their best game of the season, play three-phase football.
They're coming into this game on a two-game win streak. Tyler Van Dyke played in one of those games. That was the Virginia game. Last time we saw him, he did not play in that double overtime win over Clemson. But in the last 3 games, y'all, that we've seen him, interceptions have been a problem for this team. Turnovers have been a problem. He's had multiple interceptions in each of his last 3 games. And you're seeing a defense that makes it really tough on opposing quarterbacks, no matter how much experience you have.
No doubt about it. I mean, you look at the length of Aiden White, you look at these DBs and these safeties, and of course, Peyton Wilson, how he's flying around, man. I mean, they're impressive to see.
Yeah, I mean, that defense is scary, really, when you have to throw the ball. I mean, Miami, their main thing is taking care of the ball. 12 turnovers in the last 4 games. Then, like you said, Matt Lee's got to be big. Pass protection is going to be crucial. The communication that you talked about in your tape earlier today, that's going to be a factor. And that guy that we're looking at, Xavier Restrepo.
I like the dance move.
Yeah, he's got that wiggle in that slot. But he didn't have a huge day last week. He needs to have a big day against this secondary because the Wolfpack have given up a ton of big plays, right? They just keep you out of the end zone. So watch out for that passing game to Xavier Restrepo.
EJ, this quarterback, Tyler Van Dyke, came back to this team for a reason. He has a lot of belief in this team. Obviously, he's an older veteran guy. And when you've been struggling some, yes, they got the win in their last game out. Where's his mindset and his mentality need to be to not put too much pressure on himself and rely on some of the guys around him?
Play winning football. And what that is not turn the ball over. Don't put it in harm's way. And it always sounds basic because I say it every week, but it's so true. You give your team the best chance to win if you don't turn it over. Also, find Restrepo. And you hit Restrepo, and that's his best friend. That's his golf buddy. But every time I watch tape on them on Mondays, that guy's always open, especially on third down. He finds a lane to get open. He does a great job of using leverage, trying to get inside or outside, depending on what the coverage is, man or zone. I think he's got to get to him early in this game, too.
You know what I thought of? I don't know why Alex Smith came to mind, but he played boring football, right? I mean, Miami, early in the season, they were throwing these deep shots. They were making a ton of big plays, the most explosive offense in ACC. But then it seems like that got them in trouble. You saw the turnovers building up. Get back to playing boring football because, like you said, they have a ton of weapons on the outside. Just get the ball to them. Make the easy throw, the under route, the hitch route. Do the little things and allow your receivers to make plays.
You mentioned football being boring. It really is. It's a game of repetition. It's a game of consistency. It's a game of doing this right things over and over and over. And all those little right things build into a high level of success.
Absolutely.
And guys, when they're trying to be a hero, like you say, they make those critical errors and put your team in a bad way, and you lose games because of it.
Yeah, we talked a lot about this defense with Peyton Wilson, obviously one of the big leaders that they will have to go up against, and Tony Gibson and what he's able to do and bring. But, Emac, who else do you have your eye on that could really make an impact in this game?
Yeah, well, I mentioned the defensive backfield. Eddie, I know you like a couple of these safeties, but Davin Vann is going to be a guy that I think can make some noise early and often. I mean, he is tremendous with his hands. He does a great kind of grab and snatch move where he gets an offensive lineman off balance, kind of throws them on their face there. And just his tenacity. I mean, he has a very high motor, a lot of expectations from him. And then look at Jalen Scott, the linebacker as well. He's a guy that can fly around. You mentioned those guys that left linebacker-wise. Yeah. He's a guy that I think was almost an instant upgrade because of his athleticism and his speed.
Yeah, and Sean Brown's my guy. I mean, turning on the tape, other than Peyton Wilson, he's my favorite guy to watch on tape just because he flies around. You talk about not caring about your body. This dude went from safety to linebacker last week when Peyton got hurt. So, I mean, he's able to do it all. He does a great job in coverage, but watch out for him because these receivers are going to get a ton of opportunities. Watch out for him to try to take somebody's head off.
No doubt. I'm going to say defensive coordinator Tony Gibson. I mean, he's a tough guy to play, especially late in the game on third downs and situational football. I think they've also won some games because of that. Firing you up with some blitzes, then also dropping 8. You don't expect them to. They might show the blitz, drop 8 guys, you end up throwing picks that way too.
The interesting thing about Coach Gibson as well, and he said this earlier, is that where they are defensively right now, they don't have to make a lot of substitutions to still be multiple. They can just slide a guy out and make him kind of a hybrid DB or bring him in and make him a true linebacker. So what that helps with is it allows you to play faster. It allows you, Kelsey, to be set up, ready to go, and to be aggressive and attacking on defense.
You see the team heading back inside. We're coming back on camera for a quick second. And before we wrap up, I think we have to say happy birthday to Nana.
Nana!
I mean, if it's Nana's birthday, you got to say happy birthday to Nana watching at home. How old is Nana? Do we know how old Nana is?
You're not supposed to know.
They said 21. Shout
21.
out Nana.
Happy birthday to Nana.
The way he shook his head, he was like,
He's like, don't make me do that on TV right now.
The Nana I know is 85 years old.
There you go. Shout out to your Nana, too. My Nana, everybody's grandparents back at home watching right now. Going to have a lot of fans here at Carter-Finley Stadium watching tonight, and we're going to have a lot of people getting ready for crossover season coming your way. Opening night of college hoops. We've got a jam-packed day here on ACC Network. Starting it off, 3 p.m., ACC PM, live from Blacksburg, where number 8 team in the country, Virginia Tech, opens their season fresh off what we saw last year, a Final Four appearance. Then North Carolina and Duke going head-to-head, live coverage from there as well. Going to be a big week on the ACC. Tuffy the dog looks like he's going to have a big night. Some of those fans apparently are too. More from the ACC huddle after this. Torrey Holt coming up on the other side of this break.
Torrey Holt from Gibsonville.
Holt all the way in. Touchdown, NC State.
Holt inside the 20 to the corner of the end zone. He's going to score.
I'm gonna win. That's how it's taught. That's how it's taught, baby.
There's Holt out there, makes the catch. Holt's going to score.
Touchdown, Torrey Holt. How did he come up with that football?
See, I was a natural winner. Yeah, baby, I'm a natural winner. Natural winner. Oh, baby, that's me.
One of the greatest to ever suit up for the Wolfpack. He still holds the conference record for most receiving yards in a single season, which he set back in 1998. We could not fit it all on this resume list, but we tried. Drafted 6th overall by the Rams. And of course, so many other accolades, including ACC Player of the Year. Inducted into the NC State Athletic Hall of Fame in 2013. His name in the rafters here at Carter-Finley Stadium. The great Torrey Holt here hanging out with us. Torrey, always good to see you. We got to see you for the beginning of the season when you guys were on the road, saw you there. I know you joined the guys last time they were here as well. What's it like for you to come back and just always have this experience at NC State?
I love it, and you know that was beautiful coming in, and you guys certainly make it feel even more special being back here in Carter-Finley. This is why I earned my stripes, man. Y'all, I've talked to y'all about it before. I ran these stairs, man. I ran this, ran around campus. Born and raised in North Carolina, having an opportunity to play ball here, resonating with so many folks in the state. It's always a treat. It's always special to come back here. Not only am I here, my brother here, but my kids are here now. So it's a special place. NC State is home.
We talked about Hargrave off camera, and I know what type of place Hargrave is. There's some dark days, some hard days there. How do you go from Hargrave Academy to ACC Player of the Year? What clicked for you in between there?
Eddie, I needed it. I needed the discipline. You know what it takes to play the position. We all know what it takes to play all the positions. Coach, you certainly know what it takes to coach. I needed the discipline. I needed the direction. I went to Hargrave Military Academy and was able to get it. Was able to learn a lot about myself and what it was going to take for me to be the Offensive Player of the Year, the Player of the Year in the ACC. It was going to take hard work, discipline, right? Showing up every day, having great energy, being very intent and passionate about my craft of being a good football player. So Hargrave helped nurturing that. And then when I got here with Coach O'Kane and his staff and Coach Kaiser, in the direction that I got from my coaches and from my teammates, and once I knew that I could get down and really get with the league, I knew it was history.
Coach Doran has a great opportunity here tonight to be the winningest coach ever for NC State. What have you seen from him, the direction of the program, and just what he's been able to do here at State?
Steady, man. You heard him. You heard him last week stand up for his football team. He's built something there. He's built a lot here. And to have an opportunity to pass Earl, Coach Edwards, will be very special tonight. And it just talks a lot about how passionate he is about Wolfpack football, how the guys have responded to his coaching and how they go out there and play for him. And then the fans, man, the fans show up every single weekend. That's one of the things that he can look forward to is these fans showing up every weekend to celebrate him, to encourage him, to cheer us on. But Coach Doran has been nothing but steady, been solid ever since he got there.
But T, the last time we saw you was at Duke. NC State didn't win that game, but MJ Morris was the starter. He's still the starter now.
Yeah.
How have you been impressed by his past couple of games since he's been QB1?
Well, I was told that I was coming on the show, and I said, well, I got to put together some thoughts. And when I was thinking about MJ, efficient.
Yes.
It's got to be efficient. In Durham, they had I forgot how many pre-snap penalties they had. It was horrible. Yeah. And then last weekend against Clemson Tigers, they only had one, so they was able to regroup and get that corrected during the bye week. EJ needs to be efficient. I mean, MJ needs to be. I'm thinking about you.
You good, bro?
MJ needs to be.
I do need to be efficient, though.
Right. I do too. MJ needs to be efficient. He needs to not turn the football over. He needs to handle pressure and then stand on the field on third down so we can get a rhythm, so we can really see what type of QB he is, what type of dual quarterback that he is. And they got to stay on the field on third downs, and then more importantly, he's got to run and throw for touchdowns if they're going to win tonight.
Tori, we got to go to break because the national anthem is coming, but real quick, 3 words on KC Concepcion, another really talented young wide receiver.
Special kid, man. You know,
that was it.
That was third down. Special kid. And I spoke to him earlier today. I told him, look, do your job, make your plays, encourage your teammates, and have a lot of fun.
Look at all those 3 words in a row. I like it.
Hey, Tori, I love you as a person, but I hated you as a player.
Why? Because I whooped up on Florida State.
6 minutes away from kickoff, NC State and Miami. One of the legends, Tori Holt.
No
we
doubt,
appreciate
Kelsey.
it.
Thank you.
Carter-Finley Stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina.
That place is going crazy right now.
Here comes the Wolfpack.
Florida State did one after a national title and certainly are heavily favored in this game.
Torrey Holt back at his own 28-yard line. Still on his feet is Torrey Holt. Going to cut it back. He's going to score. Barnett, there's Holt out there, makes the catch. Torrey Holt to the end zone. The Wolfpack just upset the number 2 team in the nation.
NC State takes the field. They hope to shock the Clemson Tigers. Glennon looks for Bryant. Touchdown NC State. Boyd hit from behind, the ball's out. Breezy off the right side. Touchdown. Holy cow.
Number 3, Florida State taking on North Carolina State.
Mike Glennon, here is his opportunity. A national stage.
It blocked it. They got a piece. And it's 4th and goal for the upset. Glennon, touchdown Wolfpack. Glennon on a defining game-winning drive. The electricity and the opportunity is palpable in the air here. Clemson ranked number 9.
It comes down to Christopher Dunn
for the win. He missed it, pulled it left, and we will go to overtime. Leary to the end zone, caught miraculously, Carter! 4th down for the ball game. Incomplete.
Woo! The Wolfpack come away with the massive upset. Watch out for Hillsborough Street.
There have been some big moments here at Carter-Finley Stadium. We'll see what tonight has in store. Just had a flyover. Always an awesome scene to see, especially in front of a crowd like this. They always pack the place, especially for a night game here at Carter-Finley Stadium. Just minutes away from kick between Miami and NC State. And Emac, when we were talking about places that are tough to play in the ACC, you said this was always one for you.
Yeah, this is one of the hardest. You know, back in the day when Florida State was still beating tail, that was number 1, but this was number 2 for me. These guys just get after it. They are so passionate as a fan base, and kind of you can see the walls from some of these shots. It's higher up, but it's a tight sideline, so it just feels like the crowd is right there and just overwhelming, to be quite honest. But the upgrades that they've made here with the lights, the sound system, the massive jumbotron, I mean, it looks fantastic. They have done a great job of increasing kind of this fan environment and the things that this provides.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's some fan bases that really will turn on you, and that's been evident. But this fan base, they ride or die with this football team. I played here. I was a part of one of those games. that didn't win against NC State, some BS, but hey, it's a part of it. And, I just think this crowd also plays a role in it. They're a 12th man for this football team. And even though Coach Dave Doran said that to Steve Smith, kiss my whatever, he was really saying that for his fans. I think like that was his fans trying to also mention that narrative, because to me that was a rallying cry to the Wolfpack Nation.
Well, you need good coaches. You need good players, you need good administration, but you need a great fan base to be successful. And these guys don't have an issue when it comes to their fan base. They come ready to go every time it's time to go.
And they're going to need them tonight because that Miami offense is explosive. When you mix a great defense with a loud environment, it makes it tough on that offense. You got to do silent counts. Communication has to be a key. And I believe this fan base understands the importance of them being loud, coming out and making noise for their team.
There's our guy,
Black.
He's ready to go. He didn't get a helmet, he didn't get shoulder pads, but he is ready to go. This team is 16-3 at home over the last 3 seasons. You guys, that's the second best home win percentage in the ACC over that span. It's a lot of pride you take into that too, I imagine. Every time you're playing at home, protecting that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why I say this fan base goes really hard for this football team. Now, NC State's team actually has to give them a reason to cheer. So that's why I say if Miami can get off to a really fast start, that will keep them at bay. But I guarantee you, third down on defense, they're going to be loud, and the Wolfpack is going to be howling.
All night, right? And here's the deal. Again, the exotic blitzes that they're going to bring, the tenacity that they're going to bring, on that defensive side of the ball, especially, Coach, on third down, when it's adverse situations, you have this ruckus fan group going nuts. It's just that added thing to think about.
Well, I'm not real pleased on the upside down U. That doesn't seem right. I was trying to be like right down the middle tonight, but that did it.
That ticked you off? Unbelievable.
Unreal.
Is that your beak? Is that your beak of the week?
Might be his beak of the week, a little early.
And they don't even know how to do the U right.
Lights are down. We're seeing that video board going crazy right now, hearing those loudspeakers, and of course the lights, just the white lights, the red lights, blinking as well to kind of set the atmosphere and set the tone for this game. We heard the guys mention no A.J. Allen in this game, so how does that affect Miami's run game and what they're able to do against this talented defense? Eddie, give me a key to the game. What you have your eye on?
Miami taking care of that football. Starting to get a little bit cold here. I got my gloves on, got this big old
You've
coat
had them
on
since 11 a.m.
I'm like, Miami's not used to that cold weather. They got to take care of the football and run the ball. I know you're missing a running back, but still run that football.
My key to the game, KC Concepcion. I want to see him all over this football field, EJ, in the backfield, out to the slot, out wide, motioning around. Get him the football 15-plus times tonight, however you can.
Yeah, I'm putting the pressure on MJ Morris to go out here and ball out. This is a night where he has to grow up, and he has. He's gotten more matured every single time he's been a starter. I like Miami's defense, but MJ Morris can have a couple big plays here to really get the edge.
I need Miami's offensive line to give Tyler time and space in the pocket, and they'll shred these boys up.
5 minutes to go here at Carter-Finley Stadium as Bojangles counts us down to kickoff. Dave Doran with his guys, the captains, always out front and center, leading the way, have the honors of carrying that flag. It has been close games when these teams have played the last 6 times. They've been decided by an average of 6.3 points per game. Cannot wait to see what this one has in store. We'll send it out to West Durham, to Hasselback. Look at Coach over there, Taylor Tannenbaum. Stay ready, Eddie Royal.
Taylor, Kelsey, thank you very much. We are excited to be here tonight in Raleigh for ACC Network Primetime. Dave Doran's Wolfpack host Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes here at Carter-Finley Stadium and Dave Family Field. There is nothing quite like Saturday night in Raleigh. Well, and already it has been a busy Saturday. This first Saturday in November has proved to be a big one. And here come the Wolfpack. Well, Don't forget, a month from tonight, we'll be in Uptown Charlotte for the ACC Championship game. Florida State has secured a spot. The 4th-ranked Seminoles winning today at Pitt. You see Louisville, they beat Virginia Tech. Tim, they got the inside track on second. And then look at all those twos. And we've got 2 of those twos here tonight. Great to be with Tim Hasselbeck, Wes Durham, Taylor Tannenbaum in just a moment. So, George Allen, a great football coach, once said, the future is now. And guess what? For State in Miami, here it is.
It is. It's a huge matchup tonight. 2 teams coming off of 2 really good wins a week ago. And as we just looked at the standings, a lot in front of them in terms of what they can control is basically a big portion of this conference, aims for Charlotte.
No question about it. And for Miami, boy, are they glad to see November, because October was a roller coaster. Well, in case you didn't hear, they were 4-0 and then lost to Georgia Tech in the final seconds at home. Then went to Chapel Hill and lost. Tyler Van Dyke got hurt. What'd they do? Came back, double overtime win against Clemson. How did they top that? Well, they had a walk-off in overtime last week to beat Virginia. And Taylor, along the way, the journey of their quarterback continues tonight with Tyler Van Dyke.
Yeah, Wes, Tyler Van Dyke, it was a challenging month for him in October with the highs and the lows physically and mentally. But I talked to Tyler this week, and he told me this is the healthiest that he has been since the start of the season. The injury he had to his throwing hand way back in fall camp, he says that is a non-issue. It's fine now. As for that knee injury that held him out of the Clemson game just 2 weeks ago, it's much better. Offensive coordinator Shannon Dawson admitted last Saturday against Virginia, TVD was maybe around 70 to 80% healthy, and it certainly showed up in his play. But the coaches say they have seen a much different Tyler out there at practice this week. On the mental side of things, Tyler says he's in a good place. It's now just about consistently maintaining that positive mindset as they turn the page to November, guys.
Yeah, and I think that assessment of Tyler Van Dyke a week ago is correct. You see Shannon Dawson talking to him right now. He didn't seem right.
Yeah.
Looked like he missed some throws that he typically makes. I don't think that he was fully healthy. Seems to be healthier now. That's a good thing for the Hurricanes.
Well, let me tell you who has been right. A true freshman defensive end for Mario Cristobal. If you don't know about Ruben Bain, you're going to find out tonight, Tim.
This kid's a remarkable player. True freshman. He plays with so much power. He's the best defensive lineman Miami has. And I think that he has elevated the level of the entire defense. And on the other side, it's Peyton Wilson. He's not a young player. He's been through a lot. Obviously fought through some injuries, but he's a sideline-to-sideline linebacker, covers a lot of ground, and has made a ton of big plays for the Wolfpack this season.
Miami has won the toss. NC State will receive to start the ball game here tonight in Raleigh. And as Kelsey, the folks on the huddle, outline for you, Dave Doran tries to become the winningest coach in NC State history tonight, passing the great Earl Edwards. And part of NC State's attack on offense will be KC Concepcion. But for Dave Doran out of Shawnee, Kansas, he comes in with 77 wins. And that is tied with the great Earl Edwards. They get the lights back on, but the Wolfpack has taken the field in front of a full house here tonight in Raleigh. These teams, since division play was created, didn't play very much. In fact, tonight's only the 18th meeting. Miami's won 4 straight, and if you go back 41 years, 42 years, they've won 8 of the last 10 since they first came to Raleigh to play in 1981. And Mario Cristobal's second season has been a whole lot better, Tim, than the first one. And Miami has the feel of a team that might be trying to ascend into November here.
Look, they're a 6-2 football team with a really good defense, some young players that are playing well for them.
Julian Gray, one of the best kickoff return guys in the country, will wave for the fair catch. Miami pinned him to the far side. And here comes the Wolfpack with M.J. Morris making his 6th career start. But when you talk about NC State, and we talked about Ruben Bain, Tim, we're going to get a look tonight at maybe the leading candidate for the ACC Offensive Rookie of the Year in KC Concepcion.
Concepcion is a really special player, and MJ Morris is tasked with getting him the football, and they try to do it every way they can. In the backfield, play him in the slot, they play, give him on reverses, anything they can do to give 10 the football.
Concepcion is in the backfield, sidecar right of Morris. You see Jordan Poole with him, and this is Concepcion picking up almost 4. Last week, he had 2 explosives in the ground game. The last 3 games, Tim, 7 carries for 90 yards and 19 catches for nearly 250 and 4 touchdowns.
Listen, normally when somebody is basically the focal point of your offense, he's an experienced player that's been in the system for a while. This is a true freshman that they have put a lot on his plate, and he's delivered.
You see now Michael Allen wheels into the backfield, and they push Concepcion in motion. Play fake by Morris, pressure coming, and he throws complete. This is getting to the far side. That's Allen, and he'll have an NC State first down. Robert Anai with some slick motion here, and it works out to 11 yards on the pass play.
That's exactly right, Wes. A shift with Concepcion, and then a motion with him. And so here's what, and so now you get the motion, you fake it to him, and now you can just slip the ball out to the back in the flat, and it's a nice, easy completion for MJ Morris.
Allen stays in the backfield this time. See the Wolfpack moving guys around. That's going to be a staple tonight. Play fake, Morris trying to keep it. He'll work his way to the outside. Kiko Maui Noah, the linebacker, had a hold of him, and a flag will come down as Morris is forced out of bounds toward the 45. And MJ Morris not happy, I think, with the extra shove or 2 into the Miami bench on the first down play. Jerry Magalhanis.
Personal foul, face mask, offense number 7. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Well, it's interesting. Maui Noah's got MJ Morris's arm, and I'm trying to figure out where the face mask came in. I think it's initially right there, and that's when Maui Noah just says, "All right, you can grab my face mask. I'm just going to go ahead and hold your arm." They can help draw the flag. It's actually a pretty clever move by Maui Noah.
There's Kiko, one of the top tacklers on Miami's defense. James Williams, the safety, also among that group. You'll see him tonight, the 6'5" native of Fort Lauderdale. After the penalty now, the Wolfpack backed up. 1st and 25. Miami brings 4. Morris shoots it, almost picked off by Kitchens. The safety made a dive on a ball intended for Concepcion.
And, NC State, they bring Concepcion out of the backfield, and they run a little option route with him, and MJ Morris just stares it down. And I'm going to tell you right now, with what Concepcion has done, Miami is going to do plenty where they have a lot of eyeballs on number 10.
Yep.
And so you've got to be careful. You got to see out in front, because oftentimes there'll be a double.
Kendrick Raphael is in the backfield, and Brennan Armstrong. Look at this. Here's Armstrong taking the snap, direct snap from Brennan Armstrong, and he plows across the 30 to the 31. Cloyd, the linebacker, makes the play after 6. So our first look at the former starter, Brennan Armstrong. Who ran for 286 yards prior to the carry there. And Morris has come back in, and Tim, I'm not going to be surprised if we see 7 and 5 together tonight.
No, and Robert Anai has a history of doing things like this. Somebody who's a good football player, not just a good quarterback, a good football player, just finding other ways to use him. Obviously there, kind of a wildcat look.
3rd down and very long for the Wolfpack. Morris shoots it to Concepcion. He'll step out of bounds across the way ahead of Jaden Davis, and NC State will be forced to punt. Penalty really sidetracked the Wolfpack. And we'll get our first look tonight at the punter, Noonkester. And Restrepo will be deep to return the punt. He wears 37 because there's another number 7 on the field for the punt return unit of Miami. So this is Xavier Restrepo, also very dangerous in the offensive set for Cristobal's team. And Restrepo inside the 20 at the 18. First guy missed, and he'll be pulled down shy of the 30 into the Hurricane bench. So, about 3 minutes gone. Opening period. Xavier will change costumes. He'll come out wearing number 7 when Miami scrimmages next.
welcome back to Raleigh. You know, the coaching world is really small. Miami offensive coordinator Shannon Dawson and Tony Gibson, the DC at NC State, are really close friends, coached together at West Virginia for 3 years, and that's where they built this relationship. They told us about a text exchange they had this week on Tuesday night. Both of them were working late in their respective offices. Gibson texted Dawson, hey, I'm trying to script them some things. Tell me what you're doing so I can go home. Dawson wrote back, yeah, I'll send you the game plan if you don't play 11, a.k.a. Peyton Wilson. So a lighthearted moment between the good friends going head-to-head here tonight.
It is a small world, Taylor, and these are two genuinely terrific people and really good football coaches. And on cue, there's the star of last Saturday's win over Virginia, and that is Mark Fletcher, the freshman from Fort Lauderdale, tackled by Scott and Boykin from the Wolfpack second and third levels. Second down and 5. Van Dyke, quick throw to the perimeter. Fletcher again, and he is helped out of bounds by Shaheem Battle. It'll be third and short, and Tyler Van Dyke, Tim, is 5-0 this year when he attempts 30 or fewer passes in a game.
Yeah, I do think Miami wants to run the football first. Van Dyke's an experienced player. He's had his moments where he's been great. He's also kind of found himself making some decisions that have hurt his football team at times. I think part of that was coming off the injury last week. They say he feels better and gets an opportunity here now on a very third manageable.
3 picks against Georgia Tech, 2 to Carolina, 2 to Virginia. Van Dyke, third and short, handed straight to Fletcher. Whoa! What a collision, and Fletcher breaks free for the first down. What a collision right at the line of scrimmage. Devon Betty and Fletcher collided, and the young man kept his legs going.
And Fletcher goes about 6'2". He kind of runs a vertical, you know, and even though he was standing straight up and takes that big shot really behind the line of scrimmage, like Sean Brown in there as well, and next thing you know, just able to muscle through.
What a run by Fletcher. Caught a pass on a good hard run. Here's Van Dyke on a straight drop, going to loop it down the far sideline, and incomplete. Trying to go to 6'5" Colby Young. And battling coverage for the Wolfpack.
Shaheem battles one-on-one coverage and gets a great jam. Just look at the jam that he gets. So it's going to be a double move, and that jam, I think, kind of just threw off the timing a little bit. Pretty good ball by Tyler Van Dyke, but Colby Young, who's 6'5", not able to come down with that.
That's a pretty good matchup on the perimeter tonight, right?
It is.
Yep. Single receiver to the field here for Miami on 2nd and 10. Van Dyke, quick throw on the perimeter, and moving through traffic is Colby Young. He'll have a first down into NC State territory. So not Jacoby George, not Brashard Smith, but Colby Young here early tonight.
Yeah, and a wide receiver screen with as aggressive as NC State typically is, where, you know, they're going to bring a lot of pressure, and oftentimes from the secondary. I would not be surprised to see a heavy dose of some of these perimeter screens in hopes that you just catch them one time and are able to hit it big.
Here is Fletcher again, banging straight away to the 42 of NC State. So Brandon Cleveland, the tackle, but Tim, the concern here would be for Tony Gibson. Miami's gotten the run game going here a little bit over this opening drive.
Yeah, and that last play there, 2 tight ends in the game, same personnel group, and you line up with 2 tight ends and to make this front declare and, you know, basically challenge them. You want to play with 3 defensive linemen, we're going to put 2 tight ends in the game and really try to run the football.
2 tights to the top this time. McCormick and Williams. You see the receivers to the bottom of the screen. On 2nd and 5. Van Dyke hit as he throws, launches it up, and it's almost intercepted by Aiden White.
Listen, there's a pressure that comes to Van Dyke's right, and he basically, we got pressure coming from here and here. And so Van Dyke wants to get rid of this football quickly, But I just don't know if there's a miscommunication with what he thought his receivers were going to do, because Restrepo just hooked up, and then his outside receiver didn't run deep either, and he's fortunate that ball wasn't intercepted.
So 3rd and 5.
And West kind of in no man's land here. 3rd and 5, and your team that likes to run the football, you know, you get some of it, you may be going for it on 4th down.
Going to hand the ball to Fletcher, heads for the perimeter, cuts back, gets the 1st down. Wilson will make the tackle at the 35 along with Battle.
It's really well blocked by Miami up front. It's just a split zone. You see McCormick coming across the formation. That's the split action. That's zone blocking everywhere else. And just that misdirection, and then that big of a back coming downhill. It's well blocked up front, and Fletcher is off to a pretty good start.
Here's the 1st and 10. And again, those two tights booing Miami's run game here early on this opening drive. Quick throw on the perimeter, Restrepo, and ruled incomplete. Quick whistle will make it 2nd and 10. 10th play of the drive coming up from Miami here in plus territory.
And if Tony Gibson and Shannon Dawson were friends, you'd hate to see what Tony Gibson would do to an enemy. Listen, there's a couple of times now, he's just bringing it like from the field in his face. I mean, he's coming after him right away early. And maybe it's, hey, look, I'm going to show him all this pressure early and play soft later because he knows me well, but certainly been an aggressive start for NC State defensively.
Give again, and inside Davin Vann was trying to rip it out, could not. Fletcher carries it to the 30. They're clearly in the range of Borregales as you see Fletcher go out and Henry Parrish check in for Miami.
You know, the guy that I feel like has gone a little quiet for Miami is Xavier Restrepo.
Yeah.
Does such a good job running option routes, just finding the hole in the zone. Does a good job of just using his body to get open. A little surprising he's not on the field on this 3rd down.
Miami's 3rd in the ACC on 3rd down. They are 43% in conference play. Here's Van Dyke wanting to throw back across the middle and incomplete. Intended for Cam McCormick. Peyton Wilson spun him around as the ball arrived to force the incompletion. And now Borregales will come on to try and put Miami on the board.
It's a really good job by Peyton Wilson. They run a mesh concept. Look at how it just gets passed off. Shallow crosses coming from both directions, and they do a good job of communicating underneath. You know, Tony Gibson, who also coaches the linebackers, not just the defensive coordinator, got to be pleased with how that was passed off by his guys inside.
48 yards for Andres Borregales. Kick is away and good. So Miami on the opening drive moves it 12 plays and kicks a field goal. Cristobal's team in front.
So I'm asking you to have courage. That's what I'm asking you to have, right? I'm asking you to fight. And that's what you've been doing. But I want to point that out, man. The reason that you do that is the reason that you're a family. From the first play to the last, as long as you can play, putting Wolfpack football on tape. Everybody got me? Have fun today, boys.
That is Dave Doran with his team before they boarded to ride over here to Carter-Finley Stadium. Last week's win against Clemson, that means they've won 2 out of 3 from the Tigers, Tim, and it felt like that kind of rejuvenated and got NC State on track after a bye week because they were coming off that hard loss at Duke where nothing went well for them.
That's a great point. I mean, it's kind of deflating loss, I think. Just lack of offensive production and playing a backup quarterback for Duke, and it's kind of how that game went, but certainly a rejuvenated team after the strong performance against Clemson.
Julian Gray will take this from a yard deep. 10, 15, Gray bounced off and not able to reach the 20. Miami covered it up nicely. Raul Aguirre Jr. is a reserve linebacker for Mario Cristobal. So here's MJ Morris's second possession. And the Wolfpack from their 18. Miami went 43 yards in a dozen plays. Borregales the field goal for the Canes. The running back is Kendrick Raphael, and we get a procedure here.
False start, offense, number 49, 5-yard penalty, first down.
It's Reed Mitchell, the tight end right here, just a little bit of a flinch, and you know, it's that shift, that stem defense of the defensive line, and you know, Anthony Belton's like, all right, it's all right, let's get him next time.
Yeah, that's all you can say. So the Wolfpack backed up before the first snap. There's Concepcion to the slot on the right. Miami bringing pressure. Morris shoots it, and is it intercepted? No. Kitchens couldn't come up with it. It hit the ground at the 36. Twice, number 5's almost stolen one from MJ Morris.
Right, and it's not a good throw by MJ Morris. He's got Concepcion on a seam, and it's the perfect call because you got a single high safety and you're working the seam, excuse me, but you can't bend him inside, and he bends him way inside. And he's fortunate that that football wasn't intercepted, much like the other one to Cam Kitchens.
See the Wolfpack, 2 backs, Allen and Raphael, 3 receivers. That's Allen out of the backfield in motion. They'll hand to Kendrick Raphael, and he will work back toward the original line, and a couple more. Jared Harrison Hunt will make it 3rd and about 8 on the tackle.
You know, between the penalties and honest, some errant throws, you know, NC State's found themselves some 2 brutal 3rd downs to start this football game. And you know, we talked in the open about Ruben Bain, number 44, who's going to be lined up, you know, to MJ Morris's left. That is not somebody that you want to unwind in the passing game.
Bain to the bottom of the formation for Miami. Here's Morris from the pocket again. Now looking, going to run with it, and tried to get the first down and got blasted by James Williams, the safety. Wow. 6'5" James Williams, who's as physical as it gets, unlocked MJ Morris.
Well, Williams at 6'5", he covers a lot of ground, and Morris ends up escaping outside to his right here. Looks like he may have a chance to pick up the first down, and there comes Williams, and you know, he's a ball carrier, so you don't have a defenseless player. It's all about leading with the crowd on the helmet. It does not look like the officials are getting ready to stop this.
Restrepo waits on the punt of Noonkester. High spiral, and there'll be a fair catch made by Restrepo at the Miami 27. 47-yard punt. 3-0 Miami. Canes on offense next in Raleigh.
Been a bit of a rocky start for NC State. Look at this last play on 3rd down. You got a hitch and then an inside fade to Concepcion. Concepcion is the primary receiver. He's who you're trying to get open. But if MJ Morris will play on time and throw it out there, he might have a touchdown, Wes. And Kevin Concepcion knew it. I think he's talking to his quarterback right now, and his quarterback, he's had a couple of throws that he's fortunate weren't intercepted.
Right.
And you see things like that. It just doesn't feel like he's seeing the game the way he needs to see it right now.
Miami goes 2-by-2 here on 1st and 10. And they're going to open it up and hand to Fletcher, and the Wolfpack handles that nicely. Devon Betty, the linebacker, Jalen Scott, the Sam, make the play for Tony Gibson's defense.
I think when you try to, you know, spread NC State out, it almost plays into their hand a little bit. You play 3 defensive linemen, you have linebackers that do a great job of tackling in space, but they're also fast enough to run out underneath some of the short or intermediate routes by the wide receivers.
Fletcher in the backfield with Van Dyke after the 2-yard run. And TBD to throw it. Threw it behind Fletcher, incomplete, and Miami now 3rd and long.
Yeah, and I think Van Dyke knows it. Gotta take a little off that one. That was a fastball to Fletcher, who's kind of leaking out of the backfield, and now you get a 3rd and long. And I think this is really where Tony Gibson's defense can be very dangerous because they're naturally aggressive, but they do a lot where it could be an all-out blitz, could be we're just going to rush 3, and oftentimes it's not easy to see what you're getting pre-snap.
3 to the field here for Van Dyke, and you see 6'5" Young in the boundary. He'll make the throw and offline for Colby Young. Shaheem Battle has been in the line of fire fairly often here in Miami's first 2 possessions.
Well, he has, and he's answered the call because Tony Gibson again brought pressure, which meant you had one-on-one coverage. Here comes pressure inside, even from the secondary, one-on-one coverage outside with Colby Young and Shaheem Battle with some pretty tight coverage.
Coit will wait. The punt from Joyce and a fair catch asked for at the 28. Don't forget, we're on site in Raleigh tonight. The huddle is here. Kelsey Riggs, Coach Rick, Eddie Royal, EMAC, and EJ Manuel. Full recap of a busy Week 10 Saturday in the ACC. All the highlights, the analysis, interviews, and much more. Live from Carter-Finley Stadium in Raleigh, following our coverage of NC State Miami tonight. NC State started from its 25, it's 18, and now it's 28. Look at this lineup. Hand to Concepcion, trying to bend it up the field. He'll make a move midfield, 45, cuts back, keeps his feet, no, down to the 36.
Well, Robert Anai is known for being creative and coming up with unique formations and shifts. Well, how about this? The entire offensive line basically, other than the center, off to the left side and then run to the other group up front. And Concepcion, who's so dangerous in the open field, surprising he's not able to take that one to the house.
Run by Concepcion is 36 yards. It is a pass play. And Daryl Porter Jr. shaken up for Miami after NC State's biggest play. How would you call that in the huddle to get the lineman over there on the...
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to make up a name like, hey, weird left. I mean, because something you don't typically do. And, Robert Anai does such a good job of, formations, personnel groupings, things like that. And it's very taxing to opposing defenses. And then you throw in some kind of bizarre wrinkles like that. It really kind of forces you defensively to probably be a little bit more generic and then also cover some stuff on the sidelines. You see Daryl Porter Jr. comes in here and, almost kind of, misses on the tackle and a bit of a trip or leg whip kind of coming out of it. And it appears that they're looking at his ankle.
So Porter, who transferred from West Virginia, has had a dozen tackles in the last 4 for Coach Mario Cristobal, of course, who's out to check on his corner. And meanwhile, MJ Morris and the NC State offense can spend a little time in conversation here. And our first look at KC Concepcion, who had a splash play here and owned them last Saturday against Clemson. Just amazing what this young freshman from Charlotte and Chambers High School has been able to do.
I mean, for a young player to get moved around the way that they move him around means that he's got to be a good ball carrier. He's got to understand some elements of pass protection, run blocking schemes, and then because they'll play him outside, they'll play him in the slot, they'll do all of that with him. He's got to understand, the idea of the concepts, not just what his job is. And he's been a really impressive player. As you see Daryl Porter Jr. get helped off the field. Ooh. Good to see him up at least.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Not able to put any weight at all. But KC Concepcion, Taylor, the first big explosive tonight.
Yeah, the hardest part when I talked to KC Concepcion, for him transitioning to college football, he said was the speed of the game. He remembers the first 2 practices. He had to get adjusted specifically in 7-on-7. Defensive players were flying around so fast, but thanks to his IQ that OC Robert and I praises, he's obviously made a pretty easy transition here in week 10.
Morris on 1st and 10, back inside, and here he goes again.
It's a really dangerous throw by MJ Morris, but it's a great job of
Anthony Smith
working for him. It was hard to see. Basically, they string out this sprint out. And as MJ Morris gets outside, Smith works back inside, which is very dangerous, but he's able to connect and pick up the first down.
I beg your pardon, Terrell Timmons, Tim. His 11th catch of the year. It was 82 and 85 that were crossing
each other.
So here's NC State. That's Coit in motion. Kind of an orbit. They're going to direct snap Concepcion around the corner, and he'll get 8 before he's thrown out of bounds by Williams.
And this is wild. You get Brennan Armstrong in the backfield. Is he the quarterback? No, he's lined up as the running back. Concepcion is the guy taking the snap. He's going to fake it to Armstrong, and off Concepcion goes. And so, listen, anybody that's been watching this conference and saw what Robert and I did at Virginia with Keaton Thompson, a receiver, quarterback, tight end type player, I think you're going to see a mixture of Concepcion doing things like that.
Delbert Mims in the game. Here's Morris trying to flip it on the perimeter, and it was juggled by Penix. Incomplete. So 3rd and 1 coming up for the Wolfpack. Well, a 9 not only had, you mentioned Keaton Thompson, you could go Billy Kemp, Alameda Zacchaeus, and then last year at Syracuse, Aronde Gadsden became kind of like one of those jackknife guys.
But I think what he does is he finds the guy he thinks his best football player is, and I think we probably would all agree right now it's Concepcion. And so you say, all right, we're going to get this guy the ball as many times as he can. Then we're going to identify what our other players do well, try to put them in position to make plays.
Lassane in the left side. They flip it out here, and on the near side, and the touchdown belongs to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole on the 11th play of his offensive career. Because 2 weeks ago in the bye week, he was a linebacker that got moved.
And again, it's Robert and I being creative. Sneak Poole out into the flat with Delbert Mims, the short yardage back in the backfield. He was basically uncovered.
Narveson pushes the lead to 4.
Saw, basically a bit of a gadget play at 2nd down, and then you put Poole in the backfield, and you think you're going to get lead, and you're running this way, and you're just going to sneak him out in the flat, run coverage into the middle of the field. He's essentially uncovered. It looks like Wesley Basaint is the player that probably was initially responsible for him. He's just uncovered with good backfield action, and I think Poole might be like, hey man, like, this fullback playing offensive thing's kind of fun. Throw me the ball with nobody around me.
Mario Cristobal's like, okay, they got us there. The guy they moved from linebacker just caught a touchdown pass. And MJ Morris, nice drive, Tim, in his 3rd possession.
Well, and honestly, let's give credit to Robert and I. Figure the unique formation to start the drive. And some of the different things they've done in the backfield with Brennan Armstrong back there. It definitely is something that just challenges you as a defense in terms of where you're looking and where you're expecting the football to go.
End over end kick. There'll be no return. Miami will go from its 25. Don't forget, college basketball is back, and on Monday, ACC Networks got a full lineup for you. ACC PM will be live in Blacksburg starting at 3, then at 5 o'clock. How about Kenny Brooks and number 8 Virginia Tech hosting High Point on the ladies' side. Then we'll go men's doubleheader at 7 from Chapel Hill, followed by number 2 Duke and Dartmouth at 9, and then wrap things up with Nothing But Net around 11 o'clock. It's all Monday, and it's all here on ACC Network. So now Miami, after watching NC State go 72 yards in 5 plays, the big explosive to Concepcion ultimately ends in the Morris to Poole touchdown. Van Dyke in the gun. Gonna throw. Here's the pressure coming. Hit as he does and caught. What a heck of a grab coming to the near side. And the catch made by Jacoby George.
That is an amazing play by Tyler Van Dyke because he nearly got blasted before he got rid of this football by Davin Van. And to hang in there, you just get a sense of his toughness, his ability to kind of just stand in there knowing he's not even going to be able to really follow through, but he's on the left hash and he's got to throw a corner route outside the numbers. That's really well done.
At the 43. So a throw of 18 gets Miami going, and now they're going to run it with Fletcher. Breaks away from the would-be tackle, and into Wolfpack territory he goes before finally being taken down by Sean Brown.
You get a sense of Mark Fletcher's strength because that was Peyton Wilson kind of shooting the gap, getting his hands on the shoulder pads of Fletcher, and we see, it looks like Fordham who was in there, and so Fordham, who's a really good player in his own right, just not able to hang on.
Caden Fordham, a redshirt sophomore from Jacksonville, played at the Bowl School, Ponte Vedra. Now 1st and 10. Miami trying to answer the state touchdown. Quick throw, inside route, and that's George into the NC State secondary, taken down on the play by Aiden White outside the 20-yard line of the Wolfpack.
And again, it is, it's all out pressure. Here comes Peyton Wilson coming downhill, and that was a designed, called run. It's an RPO, and that's a good job of being quick with the football, and then a great job of being a hand catcher by Jacoby George on a ball that's thrown behind him.
19-yard strike at the state 22 for Van Dyke. To Fletcher, and no go. 11 on the scene. Well, he's got the brace on the knee that he hurt last week against Clemson, but still effective, Tim, is Peyton Wilson.
Well, Peyton Wilson, you called him. He's wearing that knee brace, but it's not slowing him down. And neither was the Miami offense on this play. So we take it to the quarter.
Welcome back to Raleigh, Coach. NC State able to put a drive together there to take the lead heading into the second quarter. What more can you do defensively to slow the Pack down?
Well, they've got an explosive player that certainly makes a difference. You always got to know where he is, but on top of that, you got to play assignment football, right? We blew a couple of coverages or whatnot. We got to make sure we communicate and stay tight.
Thank you, Coach.
And to that effect, Miami trying to answer now. Behind the stick, though, here on 2nd down. Quick throw, looking for the tight end. And Riley Williams, the freshman from Portland, Oregon, out of IMG, could not hang on.
And he's wide open, and it's a nice play call on 2nd and long. May end up picking up the 1st down. Another RPO. It's a run pass option. Van Dyke pulls it, and he's got big tight end wide open. I feel like there have been some offensive miscues as well for Miami.
4 of 11 is Van Dyke for 50 yards. And they bring 6'4" Isaiah Horton into the ball game, and they're going to push him to the top of the formation as you look at it. And now 3 to the boundary here, Tim.
And with formation into the boundary, they could throw it up to Horton at the top of the screen.
He's one-on-one with Aiden White. Van Dyke going to take the shot for Horton. And incomplete, and a flag is down here. Back where Van Dyke released it.
Van Dyke gets blasted, maybe roughing the passer. We could also potentially have a holding in there on the all-out pressure, and then just miscommunication with Horton and Van Dyke on the one-on-one route.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, number 13. Half the distance to the goal, penalty, 1st down.
Travali Price.
Well, it's all-out pressure. You're going to see these guys coming here. I mean, they're bringing it from everywhere. That's why I thought Van Dyke was going to go for the one-on-one up top, and surprised at that one.
So after the penalty, 3rd on the Wolfpack for 33 yards, and now Van Dyke is going to move Colby Young to the field side of the formation. Fletcher's the running back for the Miami quarterback here on 1st and 10, just outside NC State's 12. Give is to Fletcher and right into the stack. Miami trying to push it, and I think they'll give him a yard for sure, maybe 2 to the 10. So Miami, who comes into the game running the ball for 183.8 yards a game. It's 4th in the ACC, 31st nationally. Not quite as good in league play, Tim, only 145 yards a game. And their red zone work has been exemplary. 4th best in the ACC, 20 touchdowns and 34 possessions. Peyton Wilson and his Wolfpack need to stop here. 2 tight ends again, but they're split in the formation. Van Dyke, back foot throw, shoots it to Horton, and Wilson, or no, that's Fordham 10 that knocks him out of bounds. Shy of the first down, inside the 5 at the 4.
Well, I think we're paying Caden Fordham some compliments because we've confused him with Peyton Wilson a few times. He looks like him because he's covering a lot of ground. That's a nice job reading the play action, seeing Isaiah Horton, the wide receiver, scraping across the formation, but then running with him is a pretty good job there.
McCoy has come in, a backup offensive lineman at 290 pounds, wearing jersey number 81. He's to the right side of the package with McCormick, the tight end. Fletcher, the ball carrier, and falls down for what I think will be a first down inside the 3, but a flag is thrown.
And I don't think Miami's ever set. We're talking about McCoy. They're trying to communicate up front, and I think as they're communicating, Tyler Van Dyke goes ahead with the cadence, and I don't think Miami ever gets set before the ball snapped.
Full start, offense. Not all 11 players became set after the previous play. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
You know, a lot of times you look at the right side, see everyone's trying to communicate. See McCoy, McCormick, they're trying to hear the call. You know, they're setting the front to figure out who they're supposed to block and just never end up getting set.
So you got Restrepo and George to the top.
And I think if you're NC State here, go ahead and rush 3. Drop coverage, concede the fact that concede a field goal at this point.
And I think Miami's burning a timeout. Mario Cristobal was in a long conversation across the way here early in this second period.
Yeah, and listen, maybe Mario, and I think he maybe just said something to Tyler Van Dyke right there. And I know Tyler's played a lot of football. He's had some interceptions this year that have been somewhat of head scratchers for a kid with his experience. I think he's saying to him, look, we have 3. Like go ahead and remind him. Like, there's no harm in reminding your quarterback of the situation. It's 3rd and 7. They may only rush 3. The windows are going to be tight. What we don't want is a bad play where we end up having a turnover. They've lived that a little bit under the North Carolina game. And so because of that, just cover the situation.
Shannon Dawson and his quarterback going over the packaging here of what they might want to do. Tim, I'm not going to be surprised if they run it here, right? I mean, look at where their rush numbers. They have 46 yards. They have 103, 46 rushing, 57 passing. They're averaging almost 5 a play.
And Wes, guess what? If for some reason Tony Gibson decides to dial up a pressure, you might crease it. So, like, I don't. Listen, I think they're going to put the ball in the air. But saying all of that, look, I don't think it's a bad idea to hand the football off in this environment.
So they go back to the tight end, McCormick. And now the 3 receivers again. Young at the bottom of the screen, Restrepo and George to the top. Van Dyke will throw, batted in the air. Jalen Scott swatted it right out of the air.
He swatted it right out of the air, and a lot of times you get tips. They end up getting intercepted. It's a little play action, and then Van Dyke is trying to hit Toby George coming underneath, and Jalen Scott, who Tony Gibson told us has probably been our most underrated player, comes up with a big play there.
27-yard try, Borregales to get the Canes to within 1. And he does. Ripped it right through there, so almost 2 minutes gone in this second quarter of play in Raleigh. We got a 1-point game. Well, we've got a full Sunday of ACC soccer for you. 2, 4, 6, and 8 tomorrow for quarterfinals on the men's side. Semifinals come up Wednesday at 6 and 8 o'clock. Nearby at the Wake Med Soccer Park in Cary. In fact, the commissioner of the Atlantic Coast Conference, Jim Phillips, stopped by to visit with us before the game and talked about he'll stay overnight to be a part of that championship tomorrow here in the Triangle. Jalen Scott swatted it out of the air, so the Borregales field goal draws Miami to within a 7-6 count here early in the second quarter. And Andy Borregales sends it, and there'll be no return by Julian Gray. And Tim, let's take a look at our New York Life Drive recap the last time NC State had the ball.
Well, it was pretty impressive. Explosive play on a bizarre formation for NC State. Got KC Concepcion going, and then it was more of Concepcion. Kind of a wildcat look, but with Brennan Armstrong in the backfield, and then obviously slipping the fullback out in the flat. A touchdown pass to Poole, and that was a really good job. Just some creativity, some uniqueness, and now we'll get some more uniqueness with kind of a quad set with Concepcion in the backfield.
Taking the snap is the freshman. It's a run play, and he slips down. After a gain of, I thought, almost 2.5, it's going to be marked as 1 to the 26.
But how about this for trust? A true freshman receiver that's been playing a bunch of running back. He's already taken, that's his second snap, I think, that he's taken from center, and really remarkable that he's been able to digest all of this.
Now Michael Allen in the backfield with Morris. There's Concepcion, the orbit. And what do we have now? Movement on NC State. And Concepcion and James Williams were jawing at one another.
Illegal snap, offense, number 54. 5-yard penalty, second down.
Dylan McMahon making his 40th start tonight, his 10th at center. From Savannah, Georgia, called for the infraction. You see the numbers on NC State, who kept the penalties down last Saturday against Clemson. Second down, play fake. Morris going to throw inside route. That's caught. Heck of a catch, and that is Dakari Collins, who had a grab last week for 6 yards, which was his 4th catch of the year. It was his first catch in 5 games last week.
Yeah, and he's at 6'4", 212. He's a big physical receiver, and he does a nice job of winning inside. Good job, catching with his hands away from his body, and then it's also a really nice job of MJ Morris under some pressure, delivering a strike.
Devontae Brown, who replaced Porter at the corner for Miami, made the stop on Dakari Collins. Play fake Morris. Soft roll, sidearm throw, overthrows Keon Lassane. So Lassane, the Wolfpack senior, has got 17 catches on the year, has had 8 in the last 2 games for Doran's team.
And it does feel like, with all the emphasis on Kevin Concepcion, like you need someone else to step up, and they've tried, I think, at times, whether it's been Trent Penix from the tight end position, or Lassane, who's an experienced player, Julian Gray, who's been good in the return game. Just finding a way to get some production outside Concepcion.
2 backs with Morris now, Allen and Raphael. That's Michael Allen to the boundary. Here's Morris taking the deep shot, looking for Concepcion, and way over the top. Corey Couch was the cover guy for Miami. And now it's 3rd and the full 10 on the ball. Ball that was just airmailed there, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, The coaching point is, if it were a grenade, no one would have died, Wes. I mean, that's how far off target it was. Look, it's an inside fade, much like the one we saw earlier where Concepcion won. It's the same route combination, just not the right throw. And pretty good coverage by Corey Couch.
Wolfpack 1 for 3 on third down. This is third the full 10. Miami bringing an extra guy. Morris hit, fumbled the ball. Miami recovers. Just the second fumble of the year by NC State. Jaden Davis is the guy that hit MJ Morris, and Jared Harrison Hunt, the recovery in plus territory for the Canes.
Jaden Davis comes on the pressure, and NC State just doesn't block it correctly. You got 2 going for 1. Basically, you got Peak, the right tackle, and McKay, the right guard. They just are both dealing with Bain. But here comes Jaden Davis. He's unblocked, and I think that Morris thinks that he should be protected. You got 2 going for 1 and a free runner. You're not blocking it correctly.
So Miami plus field territory at the 29, trailing a point. And NC State, who was one of 8 schools in the FBS when our game started tonight with just 1 fumble on the season, now has coughed it up for a second time, and Miami trying to take advantage and at the same time grab the lead, and they get the ball to Jacoby George, who picks up a first down to the 18.
And that's what I was saying about the wide receiver screens earlier. I think Shannon Dawson's going to call a number of them and just hope that he catches Tony Gibson in a pressure, which he does here, and this nearly splits. If Maui Noah, number 61, just gets a piece of the defender, Jacoby George probably scores.
So Tony Gibson's defense got to hold the rope here for the Wolfpack with the first turnover of the night. Fletcher, the running back, with Van Dyke. Van Dyke will throw for the end zone and overthrows Brashard Smith, incomplete. First time we've seen 0 on offense for Miami targeted in the throw game.
Yeah, Smith's got good speed. They like to give him a few opportunities to use that speed, and I will say this, so far, the North Carolina State defensive backs, guys playing on court, they've been put on islands. And they've done a pretty nice job so far because they've been covering one-on-one with very little help, or no help at times, on a number of these throws.
Pistol set here for Van Dyke. Look at Restrepo tight to the formation. You see him there in the screen. Going to hand to Fletcher, and he got tripped up. Nice play fighting through the line. Savion Jackson making his 28th start tonight in his 44th game for the Wolfpack. Was able to get a hand on Fletcher and pull him down.
Similar situation to the last trip down here for Miami. Same thing for NC State. 3rd and long, probably conceding the field goal, and so Tyler Van Dyke will be smart with the football.
Young to the left, 2 receivers to the right. Van Dyke looks that way. Going to send one to the end zone. It's intercepted. Aiden White. Tyler Van Dyke with a red zone error. Aiden White's 8th career interception. His 2nd of the season. State with a 1-point lead when we continue in Raleigh. Well, Tyler Van Dyke had only thrown 1 interception in his first 4 games, but in his last 3 appearances and changed him, and here's number 8.
It's the right read, wrong throw. You're going to have Restrepo running to the post. George on a go outside. They're playing cover 2 with these safeties. The safety comes in here. This ball needs to go to the back pylon. It's the right read, but get it to the back pylon. It's flat and left inside. And because of that, the corner, Aiden White, is able to sink and intercept the football.
So Aiden White, preseason All-ACC from Asheville, North Carolina, 8th career interception. Inverted wishbone for the Wolfpack off the 20 with Armstrong, keeping it. Rides a block around the edge, and Williams and Armstrong collide at the 29. And boy, let me tell you, the post-scrimmage pushing and shoving has escalated through the first half between these two schools.
Well, and part of that is because the pads are popping. Is Williams, we saw him earlier, it's a big collision with two big physical guys, and I think we've seen some success out of this Brennan Armstrong in the game, run game stuff. I think we're going to continue to see more of it.
Yep. Morris has come back in as the quarterback. Robert Renai is deep into his bag here tonight. Concepcion, first down and more. Stiff arm, tried to get to the 30 and did, out to the 32. Davis and Cloyd the tackle, but it's 44 in the white. That's your number one guy.
But listen, and trying to cut him, doing everything they can to Ruben Payne. He's been a really disruptive player, and look, give him some misdirection, a throw at his legs, and you do that to create some confusion.
Jaden Davis is shaken up on the play for Miami. Back after this.
Welcome back to Raleigh. The injuries starting to pile up for this Miami secondary over here on the sideline. Jaden Davis currently in the tent undergoing a physical evaluation with the trainers. Earlier in the second quarter, Darryl Porter Jr. went down. He was escorted into the locker room, couldn't bear any weight on his feet. That left ankle was not in a shoe or a sock. He was carried off by two trainers. So one cornerback down, another one right now in the tent. I'll keep you posted on both of their statuses, guys.
And it brings the Browns out of American Heritage High School in Plantation to play corner. Devontae, you already knows in the game, and now younger brother Damari has joined him. Here's MJ Morris throwing it deep, and it is incomplete. Terrell Timmons intended, and now a marker on the play against Devontae Brown.
When they went after him right away, it was a double move, knowing that you're going to have new corners in the football game.
Interference, defense, number 7, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And it was a pretty good job of MJ Morris of just getting the football off because he was under so much pressure in the pocket. With that right arm grabbing and Timmons getting up looking for the flag.
Terrell already with a catch tonight, looking for more. Delbert, or Jordan Poole, who's got the touchdown catch, is back in the game. You see Mitchell, the tight end. Now Concepcion is behind the play. He'll get the call to midfield. Tackled by Corey Flagg. He was the hero of overtime against Clemson, of course, for Miami.
If I asked you what position KC Concepcion played, what would you say?
Joker.
I mean, I feel like he's been in the backfield as a running back more than out as a wide receiver.
But you know the NFL term joker, right?
Yeah,
the guy that plays everywhere.
I mean, like Deebo Samuel, whatever you want to call him.
Cordero Patterson in Atlanta.
Yeah, the guy you're trying to get the football to.
Yep. Kendrick Raphael now into the backfield. You see NC State load the top of the formation. And here's Morris looking to throw. Pressure coming. He's going to take another deep shot. That's Julian Gray, and it's intercepted. Cam Kitchens. Right outside the 10-yard line. Kitchens comes up with the pick. It's his 10th career interception, and Tim, it's his 4th this year.
And it's a good job of Kitchens just reading the quarterback's eyes. It's single high safety, meaning one safety in the middle of the field. Man coverage across the board, including press to MJ Morris's left, and his eyes just immediately come to the go route to his right. Cam Kitchens just follows it there to the football.
So Miami, as you see MJ Morris go to the medical tent here, he took a shot. James Williams.
That ball just is left so far inside, and he does get blasted by Williams, who's laid on a few hard hits tonight.
Henry Parrish Jr.'s come in the ball game with Van Dyke. First carry of the night for Parrish, trying to wheel here to the near side. He'll get 10 and a Miami first down. So the transfer from Ole Miss, who comes in with 454 yards of rushing, Miami's leader, 8th in the ACC, just under 65 a game, gets 11 on his first carry.
I do think because of the depth in the running back room for Miami, they want to run the football. They're able to keep guys fresh, and there's also a different style in terms of how these guys run.
Pistol with 2 tight ends on the first down snap. Parrish again, and Brown came down the box to help out on the tackle, and also had Brandon Cleveland. Boys, the sophomore from Tampa been active for the Wolfpack. Big fella at 6'4", 300. Playing in there, C.J. Clark, some of those other guys that play in the front for Tony Gibson. There's Brennan Armstrong. Now, could he be coming in to play quarterback if Morris is shaken up again? Second down for Van Dyke. Parrish again. And the Wolfpack turning back shy of the 30. Red Hibbler. First guy there. There's Jalen Scott.
You just look at here, Miami gets into this unbalanced look. I feel like Parrish missed a cut here to his left and tried to stay front side, and now you get a 3rd and 6. I said it earlier, Xavier Restrepo's the guy for me. I would just describe him as QB friendly. He's up at the top of the screen, and a lot of times they like to release him into the wake of another wide receiver's release to just find the soft spot in the zone.
That's Horton out there with him. Here's Van Dyke up in the pocket. Now he's going to run with it, gets the first down, and a flag is thrown behind the play back at the 22. Van Dyke brought down at the 36.
Holding, offense, number 70. 10-yard penalty, 3rd down.
A huge play on Miami here.
It's Javion Cohen who gets called for the infraction. Here he is at left guard right there, and I think this happened so late. Like Van Dyke takes off running, gets him there. That hold on Davin Van is the right call. I thought originally thought it came a little late, but that really is what allowed Tyler Van Dyke to take off and pick up the first down. Now you find yourself in 3rd and forever backed up. Again, like I said in the red zone before, got to be smart with the football.
Van Dyke, straight drop. Here they come. Ball is loose. And they scramble for it. It got banged out by Hibbler. And is NC State recovered? They have.
I think it's Davin Van who comes up with it. That's what I mean, Wes. Just understand the situation. Like a little bit of a clock in your head in terms of like how quickly the ball has to come out. They drop coverage, get off it quickly, find the check down. But standing in the pocket holding the football, bad things happen. It's just a 3-man rush. Just go ahead and get the ball to Mark Fletcher, because you don't and you're not securing the football to turn over in your own end.
4 plays. We've had 4 straight turnovers, 2 by each school. And the Wolfpack is 1st and goal. Miami's 9, and M.J. Morris has Raphael with him in the backfield. Morris, pressure coming, sacked. Maui Noah, Kiko, fired through the linebacker and took him off his point.
But Maui Noah, who I think is coming off his best game a week ago, they bring him on the pressure here. It's actually, single coverage with no help, and he just decides to shoot his gun. Basically, see, the hole in front of you, go after MJ Morris, and now I think NC State kind of finds themselves in a unique situation. 2nd and goal from outside the 15.
Pressure coming. Morris in trouble again. Buying time. A flag is thrown. He throws it away as he bailed from under the pressure. And boy, M.J. Morris is still kind of reaching toward that right side of his rib area. Kitchens and Taylor with the guys in white chasing him. Does Miami take this, Tim?
I think you do.
Holding offense, number 52. 10-yard penalty, second down.
I think you take this penalty. Is McKay, the right guard, who gets called for the holding, and it's on Taylor, who did a really good job winning on a swim move right away. It's clearly a hold. And Wes, the reason I say it is you can't pick up a first down.
Right.
Okay, and so the further you're moving them back here, now all of a sudden you make the field goal a little bit more challenging.
Yep. Armstrong's come in. Morris is out. Or to the top of the screen. Here's Brennan Armstrong keeping it. And he will get back to the 20-yard line on the second down play. 7 yards. Jared Harrison Hunt.
So here's the thing I would say. It's 3rd and goal from the 20. You don't even have plays in your game plan for this unless it's an end of game scenario. Right. And so because of that, and with a quarterback and the turnovers that we've seen, I'm handing this football off and I'm kicking a field goal.
And now Dave Doeren going to take a timeout with 3:41 to go before the half. And we're going to take it with them here at Carter-Finley Stadium. Saturday night in Raleigh, we got a 1-point game.
Myself and EJ, the rest of the ACC Huddle crew, going to be with you coming up on this ACC Network halftime report. Florida State, they are in the ACC Championship. Clemson, a statement win today, but right now it's the defenses that are making it.
We got a defensive battle, Kelsey. Both teams doing a great job of stopping you once you get at the goal line. Field goals are a must right now.
Wes and Tim, we will see you back here at the half, enjoying it so far.
Kelsey, thanks. 3rd and goal off the 20 out of the timeout. Armstrong just going to keep this. And Tim, you talked about running it to set up the potential Braden Narveson field goal. Miami brought a lot of pressure. Armstrong didn't have a lot of room, but here's Narveson nonetheless.
And you just don't have plays in the game plan for 3rd and goal from the 20. So unless it's an end of game, scenario. And so with that, I think just being smart with the football, with the way we've seen turnovers kind of have an impact so far.
39-yard try for Braden Narveson to try and make it a 4-point lead. And the kick is good. (10-6) lead for the Wolfpack, under 3 to go, and time for Food Lions, food for thought, and unfortunately they sell turnovers.
Hey, this is kind of like football hot potato here. I don't want it, you take it. I mean, just the turnovers. Now, some of it's been good plays defensively. Some of it, I think, has just been missed assignments or bad decisions offensively. But it's made this a really close football game because of where they've happened. In the red zone and backed up for Miami. And obviously, when you do that, you look at both teams turning it over twice, typically will find yourself down if where your turnovers happen end up having a bigger impact on this football game. Clearly that's been the case for Miami.
Well, and in the span of 6 minutes, we had 4 straight turnovers. And it has impacted the game to keep it where it is at 10-6. Now Miami has 2 timeouts and plenty of offensive pop here. Colin Smith will kick it away, and there will be no return for Brashard Smith. Don't forget the ACC Fall Championships continue on ACC Network. Men's soccer has quarterfinal round starting at 2 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, and then continues with semifinals on Wednesday. All matches are here on ACC Network, the home of ACC Championships, and this one is a week from tomorrow in Cary at the WakeMed Soccer Park. Folks here in the Triangle do a terrific job hosting the ACC Men's and Women's Championships. Ball at the 25 now for Miami. 2 timeouts for Van Dyke and under 3 to go here in the first half. Fletcher is back in as the running back. And on first down, he'll get the carry. Got 5, make it 6 before Battle able to take him down to the 31.
You know, Wes, offensively for Miami, you know, it just felt like a struggle. Tyler Van Dyke is just 6 of 16. They obviously have not passed the ball well. You know, running the football, which they clearly want to do, they've had a little bit more success with that. A lot of times a 2-minute drive, just because the tempo of it can help you as a quarterback just get into a rhythm.
Here goes Restrepo again in motion. Van Dyke to throw here on the 2nd and 4 play. Wants the deep shot, now going to buy time. Here's Fletcher on the check down, and Peyton Wilson will collar him at the 40. And the 41 is where they will whistle the play just ahead of 2 minutes to go. And Devon Betty shaken up.
Colby Young is looking for the football. I thought there was a chance early on. He had Restrepo. Obviously didn't like it. Looked like he was getting ready to pull it, but if you don't like it, you don't want to turn it over, check it down. And that's what I mean a little bit about getting into a rhythm in some of these 2-minute situations.
And procedure on Miami.
False start, offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Inez Cooper. Big sophomore from Pleasant Grove, Alabama. Inez is your
and if you're Miami,
order 350-pounder, Tim.
Sorry, Wes, but if you're Miami, you know you got to go. I mean, there's a false start penalty, but they're going to wind the clock. Like get up and go and be ready.
1st and 15. Van Dyke on a straight drop. Crossing route, Jacoby George. 35-yard line. That was Battle and Jalen Scott combining on the stop for the Wolfpack. Under a minute to go in the clock. Still moving on Miami with the 2 timeouts. 2nd and 15 as you see Shannon Dawson. Van Dyke, quick throw, overthrows McCormick. 3rd and 15, clock stops with 44 seconds to go.
And I think now, because of the pace of this and how this has gone, they keep the ball on the ground, probably force NC State to take their final timeout. It's just been a rough night so far for Tyler Van Dyke, just 8 of 19, and really had one there to McCormick that he wasn't very close on.
MJ Morris has also found the road hard to run. 3rd and long, here's Van Dyke with time. McCormick, the tight end, taken down. Open field play by Aiden White. And with a half minute to go, Dave Doran calls a timeout.
I think he was thinking about it. Took him a second to do it, but it's definitely the right move.
We're going to add a couple seconds here.
I think he waited a little bit to take it. That's why I thought that Miami would run the football, force North Carolina State to take their 2nd timeout, leave them with only 1. Listen, you're talking about punting, you know, from your own 36-yard line. You might pop a return. Maybe it takes, you know, 1 or 2 completions before you're able to get Narveson an opportunity before the half.
Van Dyke, Shannon Dawson, and Matt Lee, the center, all in a bit of a dialogue there as they got to the Hurricane bench.
I will say one thing with Miami, I feel like there has been some general confusion. Like we're either going for it or we're not in some of these end of half or end of game scenarios where it's just been a little unclear.
1 timeout for the Wolfpack. Dylan Joyce, the Aussie for Miami, who averages about 42 yards a punt, gets this one away. Coit will signal for it hit and then skips out of bounds inside the 20 near the 15. And had Coit been able to make a return there, Tim, I thought for a moment maybe NC State would try and see if they could get something downfield, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, inside the 20-yard line, you would think that Dave Doran's most likely content to go to the half with a 4-point lead.
And that's in fact what's going to happen. So Morris is just going to take a knee, and the Wolfpack is going to take a 4-point lead to the locker room. So after the early Miami field goal, they got an explosive from Concepcion. They cashed it in for a touchdown. Narvison's added a field goal, and we've had a bevy of turnovers here in quarter 2.
I think grit would probably describe both of these football teams in terms of how they played this year. Probably turns out that way in the second half.
Taylor.
Coach, a low-scoring defensive affair here in the first half. How would you assess your team's first half performance?
They're playing hard. Yeah, I'm proud of the way that they're responding back and forth. Like, we've made some mistakes. Our defense has gone out and got the ball right back for us. There's 2 good football teams. We knew it was going to be a close game. The last 6 times we played them, it's been 6 points or less. So hang on, it's going to be a 4-quarter matchup. I'm excited about it.
Your young quarterback, MJ Morris, a couple of turnovers, a little bit banged up. What will you address with him in the locker room?
We got to protect him better. You know, we got to take care of him. He's taking some good hits. They got a good D-line, so we got to shore up some of that. He'll come out and play with confidence.
In the second half, if NC State is going to walk away with a win, in your estimation, what needs to be the difference?
Yeah, win the turnover margin, don't beat ourselves at penalties, and finish drives.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, Dave Doran trying to become the Wolfpack's all-time wins leader tonight. His team is up 4 at the half, 10-6. ACC Network halftime report. Here's Kelsey Riggs.
Thank you, my friend. Welcome into the ACC Network halftime report alongside EJ Manuel, Eric McLean, Eddie Royal.
And cold Eddie Royal.
Cold Eddie Royal. I'm Kelsey Riggs. Not that cold because you got a heated blanket, right?
No, I don't got it yet. For the late show, I have it though.
All right. We'll see if these offenses are able to heat up in the second half. Meanwhile, these defenses have been playing a good football game so far. A 10-6 game at the break with NC State in the lead. EJ, you touched on it a little bit, but defensively, it's been a battle.
Yeah, look, the defenses have played great, you know, putting up different schemes to confuse the quarterbacks, making them double clutch a little bit while you see some of these interceptions, but also where they're getting their turnovers. Down in the red zone, that's huge. Right. You can stop a team from getting 3 points, especially 7 points, then steal a possession, try to score off on it the opposite side. I would say this is a defensive battle, and any points you can get right now, field goal or touchdown, you got to take it.
It's at an absolute premium. I mean, it has been amazing to see these defensive ends getting in the backfield, sack fumbles, and then the plays that these DBs are making to get the football. I mean, look at this by Cam Kitchens. This is fantastic. And then, of course, we just saw by Aiden White in the end zone. Eddie, these defenses are going crazy right now.
Yeah, they're doing great. And Tyler Van Dyke in the red zone, an experienced quarterback. EJ, you notice you miss high in the back and low in the front. Yep. He was kind of in the middle right there. Aiden White made a great play. And then Ruben Bain, he caused that sack fumble because 2 people tried to block him and left a free runner. So this defense is playing, both sides playing great.
We heard Coach Dave Doran, turnover battle, penalties, and finish drives. They've been able to finish drives in the red zone 2 for 2, but going to look to get a little bit more points on the board in the second half. Meanwhile, we'll see what happens here in the second half. It's been a lot of defense, but we did get a little offense going here for MJ Morris, trying to get this team out front. They've got a 4-point lead over Miami at the break. Welcome back into this halftime report. We've got a big day coming your way on ACC Network Monday. ACC PM live from Blacksburg for Virginia Tech's first game of the season. They went to the Final Four last year. They're ranked number 8 in the country. Then men's basketball doubleheader. Tobacco Road, North Carolina, and Duke will be on the road for both of those. And then a live post-game show from Durham. That's just the beginning of our week. We're also going
see
to
y'all
Charlotte
Wednesday.
That was Thursday. We'll see you Thursday for Virginia Tech playing Iowa and Charlotte. Meanwhile, got a great game here, a defensive battle. We'll see how it ends up in the second half. Wolfpack with a 4-point lead at the break.
I just need some daylight savings to save myself from saying.
Tell you what, our folks know the music. Kid G, because it is daylight savings. Welcome back to Raleigh. Saturday night in the ACC, and NC State's got a 4-point lead on Miami. We get ready for the third quarter. Taylor Tannenbaum in a moment, but Tim, not the prettiest of first 30 minutes. We had 4 straight turnovers in this second quarter.
And typically for North Carolina State, it's been their defense this season that's come up with big plays. They gotta spark them, get them back in it. You know, and then Miami, unfortunately for them, I think that they've kind of had some miscues offensively. I think Tyler Van Dyke has hurt his team at times with turnovers. It's kind of been a bit of a story we've seen from these guys.
So we'll keep an eye on TVD as he starts this third quarter, because Miami's going to have the ball first. The only touchdown came late in the first period. M.J. Morris to a converted linebacker, Jordan Poole. Rashard Smith waits on the kick, and there'll be no return. Miami from its 25, but first here's Taylor Tannenbaum.
I got a chance to catch up with Mario Cristobal coming out of the locker room. He was in a good mood. He said, I love the way my team played with toughness, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Only problem is they're coming away with 3s instead of touchdowns. He likes the way they're running it, but they need to be better on point in the passing game. This is a game, he said, you're just going to have to grind it out, kind of echoing what Dave Dorn said heading into the locker room. He said, hey, we get the ball first in this second half. Let's go to work, guys.
So he'll go with Mark Fletcher Jr. as the running back. Tim, I thought they had a lot of success early with those 2 tight ends, but 3 receivers, 11 personnel starts this drive. Van Dyke wants to throw, and Colby Young, a sliding catch near the 34 ahead of Shaheem Battle.
Wes, I would agree with you on the 2 tight end sets. The other thing they're doing is they're putting Xavier Restrepo kind of on the hip of the tight end to kind of almost create as if it was a 2 tight end set. And running some of these RPOs on it and hitting Colby Young on the slant back side.
You see Restrepo's to the top of the formation. It's Young now next to the tight end McCormick. And the give is to Fletcher, and across the 40, and a first down. Run of almost 8. Sean Brown, the safety, makes the play for the Wolfpack.
And the reason, Wes, to just kind of put a bow on it, you see Colby Young here. He's blocking Peyton Wilson. Now, that's not a great matchup for Miami, but oftentimes, if Peyton Wilson has contained, all you have to do is just put your body inside it. They just ran the football for a decent gain to pick up a first down with a receiver blocking NC State's best defensive player.
9 yards on the run. Fletcher back to it. Tries to sneak to the right. And that's going to be 7, almost 8 more on first down. They keep getting him those chunks. It'll be hard to get Miami out of that package.
I think that's really, the plan coming into this football game as well. And then you do it enough that Tony Gibson's like, look, I'm not going to let you run the football on me. I'm going to heat you up. Then you get your one-on-one opportunities in the passing game.
Second and short. In 3 snaps, Miami's moved to 25 yards. Fletcher cut back into the secondary to the Wolfpack 35. A run there of 16, and Aiden White a tackle.
Yeah, and basically what happens, Fletcher does a good job of sifting through it, and Sean Brown, number 0, just fits it in the wrong gap, and as he does that, Fletcher is able to rip off a big run.
85 yards on 14 carries, a new career high for Mark Fletcher, the true freshman.
And here's that unbalanced look with Restrepo on the hip of the tight end again.
Yep. First and 10, Fletcher again, trying to tear away from the interior of NC State's pressure. And finally, Peyton Wilson will wrestle him down after a gain of right about 3. Well, Peyton Wilson is a flat gamer, but it is a body that plays physical.
He's mixing it up inside. He does a great job playing on the perimeter, and like maybe he's trying to shake something off with that elbow or shoulder.
Don Chaney Jr.'s come in now to replace Fletcher. 2 tight ends to the right. Cheney to that right side, and over the top come the Wolfpack. And that's Jalen Scott making the play.
Jalen Scott and Peyton Wilson on the tackle. He kind of sets the edge there. And Peyton Wilson, after that last play, he just clearly something's wrong. The injury history on him has been well documented, both ACLs and both shoulders, and just been through a lot, but plays as though he has no fear of injury.
Miami 2 of 8 on third down. They hand the ball, misses Fletcher, and he will be brought down at the 27. And is this 2-down territory? No. Here comes Borregales. So it is 4th down and 3, and you see ESPN Analytics says that's a green light.
Well, listen, with the way Borregales has kicked the football, the way this game has gone with turnovers, I like this decision here by Mario Cristobal to kick it.
45-yard try. Kick is away. And Borregales hooked it. NC State gives up a lot on the ground, Tim, but Miami can't cash the points.
They can't, and a surprise miss by Borregales, and a great stand for Dave Dorn in the Wolfpack to start the second half.
Just the second miss of the year for Andres Borregales. He's got a miss of 45 tonight, and you got to go all the way back to Texas A&M and a 54-yarder for his other miss, Tim.
One of the reasons I thought that Miami should kick the football. Look, this game has a feel of a game that's going to be decided by a field goal, or maybe less. And he's usually money.
M.J. Morris to Michael Allen on first down for a yard to the 28. Okay, now, we had this discussion briefly. Analytics said go for it. Mario Cristobal's got one of the better kickers in the country. He tried for the points here.
Listen,
hindsight, I know, 2020.
Yeah, for sure, because the kick wasn't made. Also have a quarterback in M.J. Morris who's completed half of his passes tonight. He's 6 of 12 for under 100 yards. And so, there is an element of, look, maybe you think our defense may be able to hold them to 10 points. That's why I'm sending my kicker out there.
Yard for Allen. Morris with Miami only bringing 3. Up in the pocket and in trouble. Brought down shy of the 29. Jared Harrison Hunt made the play for the Canes, who were pretty effective with 3-man pressure here.
And I think there's just this hesitation right now you're seeing from M.J. Morris. He's just not really sure. Thought he had a quick out to his right, which is where he was initially looking, and now he finds himself in a difficult situation, 3rd and 9. A guy who we really haven't called his name much is Ruben Bain, who's been dominant in games we've seen him so far this season.
See Raphael with Morris here. This is 3rd and long for the Wolfpack. Play clock down to 1. Morris gets it snapped. Now in trouble. To his right. Going to throw. There's a flag on the play. Into the bench area, incomplete. This is typically a hold. And that's what the case is here. Got to believe Miami declines this, right? On 3rd down.
Holding offense number 65. Penalties decline. 4th down.
There we go. So 3 and out for the Wolfpack after the missed field goal.
See the right side of your screen here is M.J. Morris gets outside. Just that hold there, and it's on Bain. Again, it's Peak, the redshirt freshman. Maybe that's part of the reason we haven't called Bain's name as much, Wes.
Noon Kester. The punt. Restrepo to his right. It will hit and skip around, and NC State will down it short of the 35, where Miami will go. Well, Miami first came to Raleigh in 1981 to play the Wolfpack of Monty Kiffin. Tim, There's Coach Kiffin in the windbreaker.
Not
and
just
to
money.
his right,
Yeah, I was gonna
Pete
say.
Carroll, for heaven's sakes, was the defensive coordinator. In fact, it was Carroll's defense in 1981 that forced 6 turnovers in the ball game. But alas, Miami still won the game. And yes, for those of you who might not know, that's Lane's dad, Monty Kiffin, who is a terrific NFL defensive coach. Don Chaney Jr. in the backfield. Here's Van Dyke, and sacked. Davin Van again tonight, reaching in there.
And what an effort by Davin Van after missing Van Dyke initially. Almost gets run past him, but watch the second effort. Gotta get double team, splits it, swipes at the football, and that kind of grab Van Dyke's legs. He's trying to get outside the pocket, and just great effort. Davin Van, who's been a very good player here for the Wolfpack for a while.
You wear the number 1 for the Wolfpack. It comes with a little extra, and Davin Van knows it. Sack and a half tonight. Second down give. Out to the 31. Here's the run by Don Chaney. Let's check with Taylor.
Yeah, if you didn't know, Davin Van is a state champion wrestler back in his high school days. I talked to Peyton Wilson about him. He calls him an animal on the field. Went as far as to say he's the best pass rusher he's personally seen. Van's a quiet guy if you ask around, but between the lines, the aggression and intensity he brings every day is so important. Defensive coordinator Tony Gibson says Davin's actually a lot like Peyton with the way that they play every single play, and you're seeing his impact on this D-line, guys.
Those guys that wear the glasses, Tim, for the photos, Von Miller, Davin Van, those guys, you can't trust those cats. Here's Van Dyke. Throws. This is McCormick, the tight end. Tried to lower the shoulder in the Wolfpack there with 3 jerseys. And McCormick and Jalen Scott get up, woofing at one another. And Miami's going to have to punt.
It just feels like both of these teams, they have an offensive penalty that gets you off schedule. It's just tough sledding. I think that's been part of the issue tonight, whether it's been a procedure penalty, a holding penalty. You get into these long third down scenarios, and what kind of ping pong with this football right now.
Joyce punts it away. Wolfpack was in the neighborhood and out of bounds right around the 30-yard line. We'll see how they step this off. With 6:36 to go in the third, we're in the capital of the Old North State tonight with ACC Network Primetime.
But NC State, unfortunately, they're waiting for basketball to start.
Yeah, you're right.
Intercepted Peyton Wilson, diving for the end zone. Concepcion, inside the 30. KC Concepcion, touchdown, Wolfpack.
Tell Steve Smith in the studio this ain't a basketball school. He can kiss my ass.
So last Saturday, nice post-game show from the coach, right? But you know what? There's part of that, Tim, that then brings everybody together even more in a football environment.
So Dave Dorn, as you see it there, there's won a lot of football games here. This program's won a lot of football games. They recruit the state of North Carolina. Steve Smith, obviously, a great Carolina Panther player. And so I understand why Dave Dorn would take offense to it.
Here's Morris on first down, long throw to the far side, and boy, not a lot of room for Julian Gray after the catch. Damari Brown right there. And Dave Doran in season 11 here in Raleigh is one of those twos in the right column. They're battling now. This is updated in the ACC through our games played this weekend. NC State with enough in play here to be a group that, if Louisville were to make a misstep here, now they did lose head-to-head to the Cards. That is a check in the wrong box for the Wolfpack there. But nonetheless, they're in the fight here as we get to November. Morris to his right, and this is Penix at the 35, and Trent Penix on second down, trying to get toward the 38. Instead, it'll be third and about 3 on the play. Besaint, the linebacker, the first guy there. But here's the other back end of the story real quick, Tim. Was he and Steve Smith talked, and on Monday, Dave Dorn in his press conference talked about he and Steve Smith talked. Everybody's good. He wants Steve Smith to come be a part of an NC State game here in Raleigh. on the sidelines, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing for Dave Doeren. That's a good thing for Steve Smith and everybody who follows ACC football in this state.
No question about it, and it's a good thing if you recruit the Charlotte area. It's a good thing if you, and honestly, I think there's elements of this program, the way Dave Doeren's built it, with like a grit and a toughness that you're kind of would describe the way that Steve Smith played the game.
Missed throw for Porter Rooks. Speaking of Charlotte, the junior wide receiver at Myers Park, and NC State is going to go 3 and out, just as Miami did. So the Wolfpack now, their last 5 drives, they've had 12 yards total, a field goal, a couple of turnovers, and now 2 3 and outs to start this second half.
And Wes, it feels like it's going to take a gadget play, a trick play, something for one of these offenses to catch a spark.
Restrepo the fair catch. Miami takes over. 4-point lead for the Wolfpack. Welcome back to Raleigh. Don't forget, we got basketball. Opening night is Monday. ACC PM gets us started live from the Castle in Blacksburg at 3 o'clock. And then Kenny Brooks and the Hokies from the Final Four, Liz Kidley, Georgia Amore, and crew take on High Point. And then at 7 o'clock, Dan Bonner and I join you from Smith Center. And then Mike Monaco, Randolph Childers from Cameron. Before Nothing But Net closes a busy opening night of ACC basketball. 4-point lead for the Wolfpack. Miami near its 20 to start the drive, and Fletcher falls forward for a couple here on first down before Peyton Wilson makes the play.
It's Colby Young trying to seal off Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson's finally like, nah, man, you're going to block me with a receiver. I've had enough of that. I'm just going to throw you back into the running back.
Second down and 8. Crowd here at Carter-Finley's been on its feet most of the night. Flag down, Fletcher the carry. Another flag down as Brown comes launching from the safety position to hit Fletcher. Brandon Cleveland, big 44, was also involved, and Fletcher is off the bottom of the
Illegal
stack.
formation, more than 4 players in the backfield offense. 5-yard penalty, second down.
So basically, they're saying up here, see how off the ball right tackle Francis Mauinoa is? They're saying that he's got to be moved up. I said it before, Wes, and just getting off schedule. Now you got a 2nd and 13. It's just, you're 2 good defenses, and it's just made for tough sledding tonight.
Peyton Wilson, by the way, with a dozen tackles in the ball game, Tim. Here's Van Dyke, now looking to his right. And is he going to run with it? He's going to throw it away as he got to the out-of-bounds line toward Don Chaney. Peyton Wilson was tracking Tyler Van Dyke.
I think this is the right decision. It's a move the pocket play. They try to get outside and just tell me where you're going with the football. Smith's covered, you know, and then backside, not even working. No one really working for the quarterback, and it's a good job of coverage by NC State.
So here's Miami, 2 of 10 on 3rd down. And they've missed their last 8 chances. Van Dyke to throw. With time, back across the middle and almost intercepted by Peyton Wilson.
Well, Van Dyke does a nice job of holding on to the football, just rushing 3. He's got good pass protection. And I think he loses Peyton Wilson behind the official. See, number 11 was on the hash mark. Van Dyke's working right. When he comes back to the left, I think he loses him behind the umpire, and he's fortunate that that wasn't picked off, because that was not all that different than last week. I know it was tipped last week, but Peyton Wilson with the interception run back for a score.
And you can tell Peyton Wilson knows, I should have caught that. Miami now with 4 3 and outs, including 2 in a row. Joyce will punt it away. Sidewinding toward Coit. Made the fair catch call. Right around the 41. A little bit of a juggle. Nonetheless, Wolfpack near midfield on a 46-yard punt. Don't forget, in Raleigh tonight, we shut it down with the ACC huddle. Kelsey Riggs with E.J. Manuel, Eric McClain, Coach Rick, Eddie Royal. Full recap of the day in the conference, all the highlights, interviews, and much more. The ACC huddle culminates our coverage tonight on ACC Network and always available for you on the ESPN app. That is some, and that's all he is a football player, Tim.
Well, he's a frustrated football player after dropping that one.
Wolfpack off their 40. Delbert Mims in the backfield. Play fake by Morris. Loads and will shoot it downfield and overthrows the intended receiver, Terrell Timmons Jr.
That's really well covered by Miami. Off of the play action, North Carolina State is trying to work a post with a deep cross, and Miami just doesn't fall for it. And mentioned some of the reserve corners in the game for Miami. They do a good job there.
So second in the full 10. That's Mims coming back to join Morris. That's Concepcion trying to make something happen and going nowhere, because grabbing him is Jacob Lichtenstein, the transfer from Southern California.
Well, Lichtenstein is just not blocked. Kind of run this little touch pass, and you have Lichtenstein standing right there. That can't be a good feeling for the 187-pound KC Concepcion. You have big number 55 standing right there to greet you.
In his 7th year of college football, he enrolled at USC as a freshman in 2017. Did Lichtenstein. Raphael in the backfield, 3rd and 13 for the Pack. Morris the throw and overshoots Porter Rooks. And another 3 and out. That is the 6th possession of the second half between both schools. We've had 5 3 and outs and 1 missed field goal for Miami.
We're seeing 2 good defenses. So I want to just get that out of the way. Be clear about that. 2 good defenses. But offensively, it's a struggle. Sometimes it's been because of penalties. You know, plays like that. Sometimes it's just you got to make the throw. Now, I said it watching the last punt. I just feel like something else needs to happen, Wes. A gadget, a gimmick, something to spark you offensively.
Well, Restrepo going to give it a shot here at the 20 and brought down at the 25. That's Keon Lassane making the tackle on the punt cover unit for the Wolfpack of NC State. So Miami will go from its 25, and let's check some of the action in the day. Sam Hartman back in friendly confines, and there's Jeremiah Trotter with the pick 6 for the Clemson Tigers, who, by the way, Tim, did not have a penalty in the game for the first time since 1952 today.
That's a remarkable stat, especially against a good opponent, and it's a big win after a rough loss a week ago for Clemson.
Ball at the 25 for Miami. Van Dyke and Fletcher steps through 2 tackles, busts through another, and has a first down on a 13-yard run. Robert Kennedy, the nickel, makes the play for the Wolfpack.
But how about Fletcher's quickness before he ever even gets to the line of scrimmage? You got unblocked defenders in his face, but at 6'2", 225, shows a little shiftiness.
18 carries, 107 yards tonight for Fletcher. Van Dyke from the 38. Quick throw to the left side and caught. Colby Young near another first down at the 48. Shaheen Battle, the stop for the Wolfpack. It'll be 2nd and 1.
That's a play that Miami has gone back to a few times where you work the isolation backside on a called run. It's an RPO. They run an inside zone to the right, but they have the ability to throw a slant backside, and would not be surprised to see that formation and then maybe some type of double move, because they've run it a few times already where Young's able to get inside and catch the football.
Second and short. Fletcher the carry. He will get the first down. Not quite to midfield as we go to the final minute of the third. And Mark Fletcher Jr. on that 225-pound frame, the freshman from American Heritage High School, has kind of sparked the Miami run game tonight. We've seen Chaney, we've seen Parrish. A.J. Allen not able to go tonight for Coach Cristobal. First and 10. Quick throw on the perimeter. Colby Young got a block. He'll pick up 10, make it 12 inside the 40 to the NC State 38. Devon Betty finally made the stop. Pretty nicely drawn play by Shannon Dawson for 13.
Well, it's formation into the boundary. Wide receiver again. You see Peyton Wilson coming out there, but it's a good job of Matt Lee, the center, hustling out there as well as they kind of run that jailbreak screen, and been a successful play for them tonight.
That'll be the final play of the third. We go to the last 15 in Raleigh. Wolfpack holding a 4-point lead on Miami. We go to quarter 4 in Raleigh, and Dave Doran and Mario Cristobal trying to get the troops ready.
Well,
it's been a physical ball game.
It's been a physical ball game. The offense has lacked, but there is a grittiness to both of these football teams. They both won games by kind of grinding it out. And it's definitely what we're going to see here in the fourth quarter.
Miami has outscored opponents 81-32 in the fourth. NC State's been outscored 49-30 in the fourth quarter this year. Van Dyke, play fake, shoots it, caught, Restrepo, first down, Miami to the Wolfpack 25.
It's a really good play by Tyler Van Dyke because it's another RPO, run pass option. Does not give the ball to the back, but he finds himself under pressure right away. And making this throw as he's escaping to his right is not easy. Running to his right, barely has a grip on the football, and that's right to the face mask of Xavier Restrepo.
Restrepo, who's second in the ACC at better than 7 catches a game. It's his first tonight. Canes have 2 tight ends again. Fletcher, the single back. Van Dyke drops to throw again. Dumps it near side. Riley Williams, the tight end, pulled down at the 24 by Jalen Scott.
These linebackers for NC State do such a good job of tackling in space. Cover so much ground, and Jalen Scott said it earlier. Tony Gibson described him as the most underrated defensive player. So much attention to Peyton Wilson, rightfully so. Jalen Scott, another good linebacker for this Wolfpack defense.
52nd collegiate game tonight for Scott out of Shelby, North Carolina. 2nd and 9. Pistol for Van Dyke. Hand the ball to Fletcher. And another tackle made at the line. And that was Robert Kennedy. Tim, Tony Gibson's bringing the support system from in the secondary.
Well, I mean, he is. And he started off the football game this way where he's bringing a lot of pressure and trusting his corners to play man coverage without help. They've been successful throughout the night.
Here is 3rd down and 8 for Van Dyke in Miami. And now Dave Doran takes a timeout. We'll take a break in Raleigh as well. Still a 4-point state lead. Well, Mario Cristobal is 2-2 in the ACC, 6-2 overall. Canes are bowl eligible. Xavier Restrepo, one of the ACC's best receivers, just got his first catch a moment ago. They're in plus territory against an NC State defense that has been hard to move on. In fact, Miami's missed their last 9 third downs, and out of a Doran timeout, the Wolfpack's got Miami at 3rd and 8, but in plus territory. Van Dyke, quick throw. This is Jacoby George. It'll be a first down. And there's the 3rd down conversion to the Wolfpack 12.
Wes, again, one of these wide receiver screens, these tunnel screens that Shannon Dawson just not afraid to call, and this one's not even into pressure. But it's a good job of the offensive lineman getting down the field. It's a good job of Colby George get north and south.
George comes out of the ball game after picking up the 3rd down. Ball at the 12 now of the Wolfpack. Fletcher back in the ball game with Van Dyke. They'll hand it to the freshman, and he got hit right at the line. And that's Bishop Fitzgerald, another safety, breaking things down in the box for NC State.
And the way Fitzgerald hits this downhill, he's going to come from the right side of the screen and boom, right there on Fletcher. And Fletcher's tough to take down, but that's at the line of scrimmage, really from your strong safety. When I see that, that to me means you're going to have to, at some point, have some type of hard play action if the safeties are going to react that aggressively.
2 tight ends, and you see Restrepo and Young to the left. And Restrepo pointing at something here for Van Dyke. They're going to hand to Fletcher. And he tries to keep fighting and does toward the 7. Great 2nd and 3rd effort from Mark Fletcher Jr. Just ahead of 3rd down.
And to me, as you see Restrepo, like he's the guy for me. Just the ability to work inside, the ability to beat somebody in man coverage because he just does a good job of leaning on you and getting outside. And I would be surprised if Tony Gibson does not bring pressure because he's done it so many times so far in this game in this area.
Restrepo and Young to the top. Van Dyke to throw, looking left, now pressured. Up in the pocket, back inside, that's Fletcher. And is he going to be short of the 1st down? I think so. Peyton Wilson made a hit on Mark Fletcher that stacked him up, I think shy, and it'll be 4th and less than a yard. And Miami's going for it.
And I just have, like, I understand analytics say go for it. They may get it here. I just think North Carolina State's done nothing offensively. They keep going 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. Look, 2 field goals end up winning the football game with a lot of time left. I'm somewhat surprised, and I'm definitely surprised you get in the shotgun. I've addressed this before. You need 6 inches. You're snapping the football 5 yards behind you.
I got as many tight ends on the roster in the game, and now a timeout has been called. Did Miami let the play clock expire here?
Mario ran down and took a timeout.
Yep. So Miami has called the timeout. Now, Tim, given the track record of Miami this year, now not just Georgia Tech, but other instances with scoring and the way games temperament goes and things like this, do they change direction here and kick a field goal?
Well, we've seen them do that when they were getting ready to take a field goal and then they ended up going for it. I just think North Carolina State's done nothing on offense in the 2nd half. Right. Nothing. And so when I see that in a 4-point game and I can kick a field goal with a really good kicker down in tight and think, look, I might be able to take the lead my next possession by kicking a field goal. I just think the flow of the game here has mattered quite a bit. The strength of North Carolina State is their defense, and it's their front. So I think running the football, look, you need to get a yard. You may get it. I understand analytics are saying to go for it, but I would kick it.
And NC State has 5 yards of total offense in the 2nd half right now.
I just think you have to consider that. MJ Moore's been hit a good amount. Seems like he's gotten up slow a few times. Like that to me is going to impact my decision, and that's why I would kick it.
Miami is 5 for 9 on 4th down in the regular season. And the Canes.
And it's going to be noisy in that end zone, side of the end zone. The student section right there. Getting off on the snap is going to be important for Miami.
Colby Young is the wide receiver. He's to the left. Everybody else up on that line is tight ends, and then Fletcher the back, and here's the give to Fletcher, and he got knocked down, and I don't believe he got it. He did not break the 3. Jerry Magallanes may want to look at it. No, he awards it to NC State. 12 plays for the Canes. They give it away on downs. The strength of the pack is the front. They shut the door on Miami. Back to Raleigh in a moment. Seems like a pretty opportune time for the Bojangles Big Bo moment, Tim.
Well, Big Bo moment made by James Scott. You see, Cam McCormick's supposed to block Scott here. Scott's just going to dart inside, and then Shaheen Battle is going to knife in from up top. And that's it right there. And there's really no cutback because Caden Fordham was coming through the weak side A-gap. You see him there, and so I think Battle gets credit for the tackle most likely, but it's Jalen Scott that really made the play.
State off its 3 now, leading by 4. High snap, Mims gets the carry, and nothing. Maybe a step.
And that play by Jalen Scott, see him kind of talking it over with his buddies on the defensive side of the ball. So obviously it's a huge play, but it doesn't get you out of trouble if you're NC State backed up here inside your own 5-yard line, and you've been anemic offensively in the second half, just 5 yards.
Yep, still 5-2 because it's 2nd and 10. Concepcion's been awfully quiet here in the second half. Now he'll take the direct snap. Morris checks out. Here goes KC trying to find a seam. He'll get across the 5 to the 6. They double the number. And it'll be 3rd and 7. Tackle made by Maui Noah. Kiko, the linebacker, older brother of the 2 for Miami. And here comes Brennan Armstrong with MJ Morris and Concepcion. What's Robert and I got in his bag now?
Well, and I think when you have Armstrong on the field, at least there's a little mystery with where the football might end up.
There's Armstrong. Morris is coming back to the formation in motion. Kendrick Raphael is with him. Snap to Morris. From the pocket, middle of the field. Concepcion the catch. First down, NC State. Kitchens the hit, but the young freshman held on at the 22.
I can't tell you how difficult that is. You lined up outside the numbers. You motion into the backfield, take the snap, and now you're throwing a cross over the middle of the field after reading it out. Like, can't be many reps of that. You know, in terms of what MJ Morris has been able to practice, but he's able to deliver a very big moment in this football game.
NC State now, 1st and 10 out at its 22. Going to hand the ball. Raphael trying to get to the perimeter, wading through the traffic, and he'll pick up maybe 4 on the play. Corey Flagg, the linebacker, banged him out.
You know, Wes, with all the, just the movement with Concepcion and Armstrong and Morris, I think it's made it difficult for Miami to say, all right, well, hey, we're doubling Concepcion.
Right.
Because he's really the only one that's done anything offensively for NC State, but with all the movement, I don't know how you orchestrate a double with all, with the quarterback motioning out of the backfield.
Michael Allen in the game now. That's Concepcion in the orbit. Going to hand to Allen, looking for a crease, and got to the 30. It'll be 3rd down and short, maybe 2 for the first down. Allen got spun around, ball came out, and Belton fell on it. The linebacker. The play for Miami, but was he down first?
Yeah,
yes, he was down. Yep. So it's 2 full for the first down for the Wolfpack. Ruben Bain goes out here on 3rd and short for Miami.
I'm not sure we've seen Armstrong throw the football yet. We've seen a lot of quarterback design runs. Would not be surprised with man coverage across the board to see Brennan Armstrong actually put this in the air.
Here is Armstrong coming to his left. He'll turn the corner, 1st down, and then Williams will take him down. I think he had a horse collar, and he did. Pulled him down by the back of his jersey at the 45, and they're going to add 15 to that on the 1st down run by Brennan Armstrong.
Well, NC State just goes speed option, which is a good call with Brennan Armstrong. with man across the board. Basically, the quarterback will account for
personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense number 20. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, first down.
Run the speed option, and Williams, who's laid a couple of big hits, grabbing inside the back and yanking down. It's kind of different than a typical horse collar. Usually the horse collar is bringing the guy immediately down, but still grabbing back inside the shoulder pads and slinging him down is certainly going to draw the flag.
1st and 10, the penalty moves the ball to the Miami 40. Here's Morris looking to throw on the perimeter. Concepcion knocked out of bounds after a gain of almost 8 on first down. Devontae Brown, playing for the injured Darrell Porter, makes the play. And for the first time in the second half, the Wolfpack a little rhythm on offense. And all of a sudden, Trent Penix comes running into the order. Did NC State sneak one in on Miami here, formationally? 3 receivers. There's a look at Penix. Raphael, the running back. They're going to hand it to Raphael. First down and more. Took a big hit from Williams. He bounces off and scores.
Wes, you mentioned Penix coming into the game. He comes in, does a great job of blocking on that run to the left, and then it's James Williams, who's had a few big hits tonight. Just doesn't wrap up, and as he doesn't wrap up, he's able to bounce off some tacklers, and Raphael finds his way into the end zone.
31-yard run. Kendrick Raphael's first touchdown as a Wolfpack. Point is good. Lead is 11. It's the longest run of the day. It's only the 5th running play for NC State all season, over 20 yards. And Kendrick Raphael from Naples, Florida, puts the Wolfpack up 11. 8 plays, 97 yards. Kendrick Raphael's first touchdown with the Wolfpack. 31 yards has put NC State in front 11 with 5 minutes to play. Smith to kick it away, and Smith will bring this out. Rashard Smith looking for an alley and quickly moving across the 30, and he will get to the 40. Rashard Smith, who leads the ACC in the country in kick return yardage at almost 33 a game, gives Miami great field position. Don't forget, coming up after the game, the ACC Huddle live here tonight from Carter-Finley Stadium. Full recap of all the day's action in Week 10, highlights and much, much more with Kelsey and the gang. Follows our coverage here tonight at Carter-Finley. 41-yard line for Tyler Van Dyke in Miami, who trail 11 now. You see the details of Van Dyke's night. The second quarter interception to Aiden White. Fletcher in the backfield. He's having a career night with 115 yards. Van Dyke wants to throw, and incomplete toward Jacoby George. He did throw it forward.
He did, and Tyler Van Dyke in Miami, they're trying to run one of these fake go screens and then sneak one of the blockers up the field. Well, Tony Gibson timed his call perfectly because he played coverage, wasn't there, so Van Dyke came off the throw down the field, tried to get it to George, just wasn't able to get enough on it.
2nd and 10 for the Canes. So the Wolfpack with 3 on the line. They'll bring just the 3. Van Dyke goes down. I'm not sure anybody in red got to him. He might have gotten tripped up with his center, Matt Lee, here.
And just a bit of a statue back there. You know, rush 3 once again. A lot of coverage. Looking at Restrepo, then looking at the in cut, and maybe gets stepped on. And
that could have been Cooper, I guess, 73. Maybe Lee, 55. Hard to tell. Wolfpack was closing the wall, though. Van Dyke straight drop again. Now in trouble. Flush to his left. Van gives chase. He will sail it down the field and out of bounds. And Miami, off its own 41, following the Smith kick return, has to make a decision here.
You think about this, it's just no one open. NC State playing coverage now. Where are you going with the football? And I think Mario Cristobal just making the decision that is the only way to get 2 possessions is to go for it right now.
Yep. So here is 4th down and 18. Van Dyke got to get rid of it, shoots it down the field, it's intercepted. Picked off by Devin Boykin. Third turnover of the night for Miami. 2nd interception from Tyler Van Dyke. Wolfpack with a great return on the Boykin pick. His 2nd of the year. Back after this. Well, there's the turnover bone, and Devin Boykin will write his name on it for the 2nd straight week. He had a pick last week against Clemson, and he might have sealed it tonight for the Wolfpack. And Xavier Restrepo, tough night at the yard, Hope. 3 targets, 1 catch, Tim, for 13 yards.
Just last couple of weeks, just not able to get him as involved as he typically would like to.
Here's Brennan Armstrong with the inverted wishbone, and he'll tuck it away and drive inside the 10 to the 9. A gain of about 6 on 1st down for Armstrong.
You know, Wes, you said it earlier. I mean, how about this job Dave Doeren's done when you look at a disappointing loss at Duke? Scored just 3 points. He made a quarterback change. Things were kind of a struggle offensively. I think Brennan Armstrong responded in a way that Dave Doeren was really proud of in terms of the leadership and just the way he handled it. Now Brennan Armstrong, a big part of the game plan tonight. What looks like, 2 wins in a row against 2 really good teams in the conference.
Going to keep it again to the left, inside the 5. He'll be taken down around the 2. It'll be 1st and goal for the Wolfpack. You know, Tim, coaches we got a little bit of pushing, shoving, and maybe a little more than that on the back end of this. And we've had the emotions have been on full tilt all night here, to be honest. Both teams know how big this 60 minutes of football is going to be tonight to the rest of the regular season.
For sure. And I think if I'm Dave Doeren, I'd maybe try to get my crew over to have a conversation with them. So that something silly doesn't happen where you maybe aren't available to play in a game down the line.
Yep. So the Wolfpack will huddle here with Armstrong and Morris together. You mentioned the bye week after the Duke game. They made the change, prior with the Marshall game. Yeah. Then didn't go well at Duke. Then the bye week. And then they come back and they've beaten Clemson. And now they're on the verge of, and there's a timeout taken with 2:13 to play. And now NC State is on the doorstep of picking up their 4th win in their last 6 games. And against Miami, this would be the first win against the Canes in 15 years. Russell Wilson, 2 touchdowns, passing. NC State gets bowl eligible. And the Wolfpack beat Miami 38-28. Miami, because they weren't in the same division, the two didn't meet very often. Miami had won 4 straight in 8 of their last 10 if you go all the way back to the Canes' first visit to Raleigh. And that day was a game that Russell Wilson and NC State got bowl eligible, and they beat a Miami team by 10 points. Miami had never lost recently in Raleigh. Since then, they've been 4-0, including a 44-41 win here a couple of years ago. Now on 1st and goal, look at Armstrong sneak under center. Little option to the open side of the field, and Brennan Armstrong got turned back. They'll blow the whistle at the 1. And still, there goes Belton, and there's a flag. Is that going to be on both of them, I think? Offsetting, perhaps. We saw Belton reach in against Richard, I think, the safety who was on the field. And Jerry Magallanes with 1:59 to go, sorting it out.
The reality of this situation is a 2-score game. Obviously, Miami has 2 timeouts, but where this football is and the fact that it's going to be a first down, I believe, because of a personal foul, I think that we're going to get on Miami. I do think it's important, I said it a second ago, for both these coaches to get their players to understand this game has nearly been decided. You don't want to do something that'll keep you out of next week's contest.
After the play, they're offsetting unsportsmanlike conduct fouls. Number 52, NC State. Number 81, Miami. Each the first of the game. Those fouls will offset the down counts, 2nd down. The game clock will start on my signal.
So NC State essentially here can let Magallanes toot the whistle and run 25 off, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
They should.
Yep.
And then if you're Mario Cristobal, you should be ready to take one of your timeouts.
And Dave Doran is trying to get the clock started here.
The clock should be running. It was a run. There was offsetting penalties. The clock should run.
And Jerry Magallanes was getting everything restored. Now what are we doing? Is Miami going to call the timeout? We still have not started the clock. And now we do. But the game clock has not moved.
The game clock should be running. It was a running play, offsetting penalties. The clock should run. Referee blows his whistle in the play.
Right. Snap to Morris. Hand inside. This is Mims digging toward the 1. Miami trying to rip it out of there. Play is whistled dead, and still more pushing and shoving going on. There's a Mario Cristobal timeout. So Mims doesn't get in. It's 3rd and goal. Might have given a step back.
Second timeout.
So Miami's burned their 2nd timeout. So Mario Cristobal with 1 timeout to go, under 2 to play, an 11-point game. And the Wolfpack defense set the tone from the start tonight. And Jalen Scott is our headliner of that unit tonight, Tim.
Listen, he's been all over the place. We saw the pass breakup, a couple tackles for loss, pressures on the quarterback, and then obviously the 4th and 1 play down on the goal line, which really just changed the momentum of this football game. They make that stop and then go 97 yards for the score that changed the way this game felt. And you know, I said it earlier because Tony Gibson wanted to give him some credit. Jalen Scott, the most underrated player in their defense this season,
Honey Baked Ham, playmaker of the game tonight for the Wolfpack, Jalen Scott. Here's 3rd and goal now out of the Miami timeout. That's Concepcion. Here's Morris right back up the middle. And he will be stacked up. And there the whistle blows. Now they're going to mark him shy of the goal line. There will not be a touchdown for MJ Morris. Maui Noah led the Miami charge. There's the last Cristobal timeout with 96 seconds left.
And the crowd doesn't like it, but there definitely was a whistle.
Yep.
Is it for? As if forward progress was stopped. Listen in.
Yeah. Well, the whistle blows several seconds before Morris were to cross the goal line.
Listen, I think it was the right thing to blow the whistle there, especially with how chippy things have gotten after the whistle. He was, the quarterback has stood up, forward progress stopped. The whistle being blown is the right thing to protect the player in that situation.
So Narveson was on the field to try the field goal, or on the field, I think, to kick the field goal. And Braden is still out there, the transfer from Western Kentucky, who is converted tonight from 39. And now with 100 seconds to go in this 18th meeting all time between the Canes and the Wolfpack, he can push this to a 14-point lead. And the game clock was not started after the unsportsmanlike penalties offset, and here's a 19-yard field goal. And Braden Narveson fires it right through there with 1:37 to play. So Miami gets a little more time on the house than maybe they should have, but NC State gets the 3 points, and now it's a 2-touchdown difference.
2-touchdown difference. Miami's used their timeouts, and so we saw Brashard Smith have a good return last time. They would need another good return. Obviously a quick score, onside kick, and an opportunity to get the ball in the end zone again. It's unlikely, but certainly still alive.
Yep. So 19 yards on the field goal for Narveson, who's 2 for 2 tonight, and is now 11 of 13 on the season, and had the school record 57-yarder to the game. Tim, you mentioned a moment ago the only 3 points they scored on that Saturday night in Durham. Well, NC State will be in Winston-Salem next Saturday to see a Wake Forest team that, speaking of field goals, lost at the Horn the other night to Duke on a Todd Polino kick. And Miami is in Tallahassee next Saturday to see Florida State, who played without Johnny Wilson and Keon Coleman today. But the Noles won 24-7 over Pittsburgh, and here's Brashard Smith off the kick. He will bring it out. Smith works to the near side, gets past the 20, and then Fordham is going to take him down shy of the 25-yard line. And Miami will go from there. Florida State, by the way, in the win, 24 unanswered points on Pittsburgh. And the Noles have earned their spot in Charlotte at the ACC championship game a month from tonight in the Queen City.
If you're Miami here, Wes, trying to get big chunks, short throws aren't going to do you any good in this scenario, needing 2 possessions, and you need to work the sideline. Not the end of the world if something's in the middle of the field, but you better pick up the first down if the ball's thrown in the middle of the field.
Van Dyke looking to throw. And this is Cheney, and he'll be taken down by Wilson at the 29, and the clock rolls.
Yeah, you'd rather an incompletion over that, and Cheney's just got to get out of bounds. Now it's just taking too long, and if you're NC State, you're playing this tent coverage. You see 3 defenders extremely deep. Don't let anything behind you.
Here is Van Dyke, another fire here to the near side. Cheney out of bounds at the 30. It'll be 3rd down and 5 for the Hurricanes. Clock stops with 1:02. Mario Cristobal, whose team might lose their third straight ACC road game tonight. While on the Wolfpack sideline, Dave Doran's going to write his name at the top of the list with a Wolfpack win. Van Dyke looking middle of the field with time now. He'll scramble upfield and down at the 38-yard line. That'll be enough for the first down. Travali Price was the guy in there, and NC State's going to make a couple changes. They'll get Van off the field, Hibbler, a couple of others. Fresh set of guys to rush the quarterback here. Van Dyke again steps up in the pocket downfield. That's caught. Restrepo near the 44 of NC State with 36 seconds left. Miami out of timeouts. Clock will stop and they set the chains. And away we go.
You know, and NC State just decided to stay in this rush 3, give them time, keep things in front of you. It's a good plan, and just going to run out of time considering you need 2 possessions. In fact, if you keep doing that, you know, Miami's going to end up probably only ended up running 1 more play.
4 seconds left. Van Dyke downfield, intercepted. With 1 second to go in the game, the ball is picked off. We got a flag thrown on the interception by Brandon Cisse. And now the coaches are having to come from either bench. And Miami and NC State been pretty heated almost from the start tonight. And Jerry Magallanes winds the clock for the final second, and this ball game is over. NC State pulls away on a Kendrick Raphael touchdown. NC State's going to win, and Dave Doran in the process becomes the Wolfpack's career wins leader, passing the great Earl Edwards, a native of Shawnee, Kansas, who came here 11 years ago, and now tonight he becomes the Wolfpack's all-time leader in wins with his 78. That a terrific, hard-nosed, grinded-out performance by his team tonight.
Grinded-out performance by his team, and yet again, it's his defense. They just did a remarkable job of turning the football over, and then just enough grit and competitiveness out of his offense to make a few plays when it mattered the most. Well, that's really what this team has kind of done this season.
Yeah. And the Wolfpack now bowl eligible at 6-3. They go to 3-2 in the ACC with a trip to Winston-Salem next Saturday. Miami now sees their 2-game streak snapped. They're 6-3. They're 2-3 with a visit to Tallahassee coming up next Saturday. Let's go downstairs. Taylor is with Dave Doran. Congratulations to the coach.
Coach, I saw you at halftime. You told me with a smirk to buckle up. It was going to be a heck of a finish. Not pretty, but it was gritty. What did your team show you in this win tonight?
I thought it was really pretty myself. Guys played their asses off tonight. It was fun. I'm proud of them. Proud of our staff. Thankful to our fans. They were spectacular tonight. Thankful to God. It's been a great journey. It's nice to have that behind me now. Really proud of these guys, man. It's a great game.
Speaking of that journey, I know you're not big on personal accolades, but you are now the winningest coach in program history. When you hear the number 78 and Earl Edwards, what emotion does that trigger for you?
It'll hit me a little bit later. Right now, I'm just ready to get in the locker room and have some fun with these guys. But I came here to do something, and leaving something behind, something that my family can be proud of. I think we did that. Very thankful to all the coaches that have helped me and all the players. Means a lot.
Congratulations, Coach. Enjoy it.
Go Pack. Chancellor Woodson, turn on the red light, big dog.
Well, and there's Athletic Director Boo Cargan on a night where Dave Doran's team, Tim, They showed you kind of his playing personality in his 11 years here tonight.
I do think that there is an element of good coaches. Their teams will take on the identity of their head coach, their leader. And there is a grittiness, a toughness, a competitiveness to how Dave Doeren coaches his teams. It's how they play, and it's how they won the football game tonight.
Well, the Wolfpack wins 20-6 on a Saturday night in Raleigh. Stay tuned. ACC Huddle on the way. For Tim and Taylor, Alex Farmartino, our producer, Bob Frateroli, our director, and our wonderful crew, Wes Durham from Carter-Finley Stadium. 2-touchdown win for State.
To the ACC Huddle. How about what we just saw from the Wolfpack celebrating on their way out, as now this team has picked up another win, another home win. They're 17-3 here at Carter-Finley Stadium in the last 3 seasons. And how about what we have seen from their head coach, Dave Doeren, in his 11th season now, the winningest coach in program history with 78 wins tonight. ACC Huddle with you for the next hour. And coaches, you see him walking off. He said it'll take a little while to sink in, but that's a big win.
It's a huge win. It's a great feeling. I know he feels good for himself without a doubt, but you just start thinking about all the people that helped you along the way. Any award a coach gets, it has a lot to do with the people around him. He absolutely can't do it by himself, obviously. And to be able to celebrate it with his wife, I'm assuming he's making out with his wife there.
That's his wife.
Very good assumption. Very good assumption.
That's awesome.
It is. Passes Earl Edwards now with 78 wins at NC State. It's also, of course, their 6th win of the season, so this team is bowl eligible yet again, 9th time in 11 seasons under Dave Doeren. So he's not just winning, EJ, he's winning consistently with this program.
Yeah, and it's really led by defense. Guys like Peyton Wilson, I mean, the guys that come out and make these big-time plays to get more turnovers. Offense trying to figure out who they're going to be, not a real identity, but still win games with defense and obviously special teams, and that's what they did tonight.
And just the way that they were able to do it, I mean, it is a thing of beauty if you're a defensive guy. You know, for us up here, it's ugly, but they got it done. Those defenders, those linebackers in particular, when you look at Wilson and Scott, I mean, just flying around the ball, made that big goal line stand, which was a beautiful thing to see here, and just big boy football. I mean, this was a Miami team that was running the football very well. NC State said, we're done with all that.
Yeah, and give Tony Gibson a lot of credit for that, right? He's always putting together a great scheme. And also Robert and I. Today, I mean, it wasn't pretty on the offensive side, but he got creative. We saw Brennan Armstrong out there. He's a leading rusher today. And then using KC Concepcion in different ways, handing him the ball. That third down when they were backed up was key for him over the middle, getting him from that tight spot near the goal line. So it wasn't pretty on offense, but they did enough.
Let's show you how it all went down between this primetime matchup between 2 ACC teams, because Miami and NC State came to town, and you see them still celebrating as the Wolfpack walks out of here with a win. Now, Tyler Van Dyke back in business for this game. As you see, NC State Wolfpack entering in the game, did have that wrap on his leg. So how healthy would he be? Well, we first get to see how healthy the freshman KC Concepcion is and how dangerous he is, Eddie.
Yeah, he's been great. I just talked about how they use him in a bunch of different ways. You saw how explosive he is right there.
Then MJ Morris going to do what he can to try and continue this drive. A few plays later, it's going to link up with a guy who gets his first career catch, and it just happens to be a touchdown. Jordan Poole, EJ.
Yeah, really cool play design, too. That's Robert and I, the offensive coordinator, down one up, down in the red zone. Good sale by the quarterback, MJ Morris, finding this guy wide open.
EMAC, we talked a lot about the defense in this game and needing to protect the ball. Tyler Van Dyke in trouble here.
Yeah, especially in the red zone. I mean, this is a huge play. Just a great job by Aiden White using his link to get that football.
So he comes up with a big play, ensuing drive. We said there was a lot of defense. Coach Cam Kinchin's big here, his 10th career interception.
This guy's amazing. He not only can cover a lot of ground, but he's got unbelievable ball skills. for a defensive guy.
Ensuing Miami drive, back and forth we go, 3rd down from their own 15, and Tyler Van Dyke this time, the pressure gets to an EJ, and he can't hold on to it.
Yeah, you got to have that mental clock to understand when you got to move up in the pocket. Nonetheless, Van did a great job coming off the edge, creating a sack, fumble. That's a big play right there.
So 4th quarter, Coach Rick says, here's the game, y'all. And Coach, they're going for it on 4th down.
I don't have a problem with the call as far as going for it. You just didn't get it. I mean, you ought to be able to line up and get your knuckles in the ground and root out a couple guys for a yard, but
massive stop from the
get it
defense
done.
there. Then Kendrick Raphael takes the handoff, his first career rushing touchdown, Emac.
Yeah, this is a beautiful play. Just to be able to keep your balance, keep your feet, absorb contact from James Williams, who didn't wrap up, tried to do the knockout punch. Didn't work there, gets in the end zone for 6.
20-6 is the final as NC State gets that offense going. The defense was going the entire time, and we mentioned it. Their head coach, Dave Doran, gets win number 78 here at NC State, passes Earl Edwards, now the winningest coach in program history. Let's go back down to the field. Taylor Tannenbaum with Jalen Scott.
Jalen, that 4th down stop there in the end zone was the game changer, the momentum changer for you guys. What did you see on that play?
I just realized how like some of the alignments of the tight ends and the big that they brought in from defense, and I was just telling the defense, like, they're running the ball here, and Coach Gibby, you know, he came up with a great plan before that play, and we just went out and executed.
When I talked to you on the phone this week, we talked about your patience and how you've waited your turn as a senior to get that starting linebacker role.
Right.
A play like that, a win like this with your team with such a defensive effort, what does that mean to you?
I'm just proud of our guys. Like, we've been fighting all year to get to this point of where we know, like, this is how we're supposed to be playing ball. This is how we want to consistently play ball, and I'm just glad that we were able to do that today.
Dave Doran, you guys are going to be celebrating in the locker room because he's now the winningest coach in program history. That's your head coach. What has he meant to you and this program as a whole?
He means a lot to me. He's watching me grow up from a 17-year-old little boy. I'm 22 years old right now, and I'm very, very thankful for him because he's turned me into a man. I appreciate him for that.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great interview there with Jalen Scott and great moments in the locker room. Coach told Taylor, I'm just excited to go have fun with the guys. It's got to be pretty special when you're a part of a locker room like that.
Yeah, it's a great moment right there. Those guys, I mean, they worked hard all year long. You could tell by the emotion that Coach has when he talks about this team, how much he loves those guys. Great moment for him and those guys in that locker room.
Eric, what guy were you in the locker room? Were you leading the dances?
Nah, my little cousin was, though. Hey, Rhino Mack, that dude can dance.
EJ, what's it like to be a part of those moments? I mean, you played for just phenomenal coach in your career, too.
Yeah, these kind of moments, I mean, these are the ones you miss, you cherish. These are the moments that when you see your teammates 10, 15 years later, you laugh and joke about it. Yeah. And so, you know, they're living in the moment right now, but this is truly a special time for this football team, more so because their coach gets this record, all-time wins here in program history. That's
fans are living in the moment, too.
Well, at Georgia, we called it the dog pile, meaning our celebration of a victory. And for years in the beginning, I didn't celebrate enough as a coach. I was always thinking about the next game way too fast. And I learned over the years to just enjoy the moment with those guys because it's so awesome.
When does that change, Coach? Because that's interesting. I remember, just off topic a little bit, Kenny Brooks last year, the women's basketball coach at Virginia Tech, talking to him in the offseason and him saying that he kind of got that advice and he felt like it was going by too fast and he wasn't taking it in. He takes it in, they go to a Final Four. But how hard is that as a coach when you're always focused on what's next, and is it important?
Well, part of it is you're getting ready to speak to the media. You're thinking about what you're going to say. You always think about what's next instead of enjoying that moment. But I know even as an assistant coach at Florida State, about 14 years into my career, I finally looked up and looked in the stands, and I'm like, this, before the kick, I'm like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe I'm a part of this.
Yeah.
Wow.
But you get so focused sometimes you just never think about it.
Yeah, it was something that, Coach Dabo Swinney was always, and still is, unbelievable at. I mean, he celebrates those wins. I mean, it is so hard to get it done, no matter what, no matter who it is, whether it's an FCS opponent or a ranked opponent coming into your house, he would always celebrate, always dance, and say the fun is in the winning. So I think it just helps with perspective when your head coach does that and then kind of pushes that throughout the entire team.
Yeah, and I was like coach too. I mean, as a quarterback, I think I was so focused on trying to do the right things, make the right reads, and I look back, I didn't enjoy it as much as I should have too with your teammates. So it's cool to see these guys now. Of course, everybody has a camera too, so you get this inside look. So I'm sure this always happened, but I think it is important for these players to take 20 minutes to just dance, party with themselves, do it there in the locker room.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is as long as you lock back in when it's time to lock back in. And those guys know that. They understand that. But, I mean, I think maybe it's a new age thing because I'm similar to you to work. You didn't enjoy it.
It was
really.
business. It was like, hey, good work, bro.
Right, good game, bro. We're supposed to do this. We're supposed to win, right? But you don't understand that it goes by so fast. You got to enjoy those little moments.
And to win here at home, again, I mentioned now 17-3 at home in the winningest coach in program history, and Dave Doran. We'll hear from him in a little while right on this set. Also thinking that we've got Peyton Wilson stopping by as well, so he'll give us an insight on defensively what they were able to do. But let's go to another coach who is now the winningest coach in their program history, and that is Dabo Swinney. A battle with number 15 Notre Dame, and Dabo Swinney without a host of players, starters tonight, including Will Shipley. But have no fear, Coach. Phil Maffa is here.
Big Maffa right down the pipe. See you later, pal.
That gives them a 7-3 lead early in this one. Then later in the first, same score. Chris Tyree gonna try and bring this one in, but little trouble there, Eddie Royal.
You got one job, son.
Right, you got to get your feet settled and look that ball all the way in. Great job by Clemson recovering.
Tyler Brown, the only Tyler from Clemson that you need to know about.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This guy's just on fire, and another guy's on fire. Look out.
Jeremiah Trotter reads that one perfectly, takes it back to the house, pick six, and all of a sudden Clemson comes out to a 24-6 lead. Then E.J. Moore from Phil Maffa.
Yeah, keep feeding him. This guy was a bell cow the entire day. Once he got down inside the 5, if he touching the football, you know it's good.
Watch out for Sam Hartman, though, because he's a competitor. How about what he does here with his legs, Emac?
Look at the wheels. I mean, this guy's channeling that inner Duke game, 4th and 16. He says, I'm going to just take it to the crib, though.
You know what? I don't think Clemson defense like that, and especially Jeremiah Trotter, because he says, I'm coming for you. I'm getting me a little bit more. Having himself a big game. Irish forced a punt, and then 2 minutes to go. Trying to drive downfield. Eddie,
yeah, there's some sails on him a little bit, and Clemson makes them pay for it. Good defenses always do.
Then ensuing Clemson drive, trying to put this one away. 2nd and 2. Phil Maffa, probably about the only play he wants back.
Yeah, you know, it wouldn't be a Clemson game without a lost fumble, so here we are.
So here we are now with the ensuing Irish drive. 4th and 10, Sam Hartman. All kinds of trouble and not able to get out of it. Down goes the number 15 team in the country. Down goes Dabo Swinney to his knees as well to take that one in. 31-23, the final. And he now stands alone atop the Clemson all-time wins list. Win number 166. Passing the legendary Frank Howard for the most in school history.
That's awesome.
He joined Molly McGrath after the game talking about the fight in his team.
I mean, it was awesome. They were awesome all day. I think they had like 4 or 5 punts in a row. It was a great finish. It's kind of been that type of year, but today we made one more play, and I'm just really proud of the fight with the guys. I'm really happy for our players.
Speaking of fight, you said this team will not stop fighting despite adversity. What kind of fight did you see from a decimated offensive line?
Well, listen, we had 10 or 11 starters out. You know, we've got linemen in there, Trent Howard, freshman Harris Sewell against a great football team, and they battled their asses off today. And I'm really proud of them. We ain't had much to go our way this year, but the one thing that has shown up every week is the heart and the fight of Clemson. And I know we're down and everybody's throwing dirt on us, but if Clemson's a stock, you better buy all you freaking can buy right now. Let's go.
Soundbite machine after the games.
Did you see the blood vessels like pumped up on his neck? That guy's fired up.
You ever been in that situation before?
Oh, yeah, baby.
Hey, it seems like sometimes you get yourself more fired up the more you talk to. Is that what happened?
I'm very, very happy for him. I mean, what an accomplishment. Just shows up as an assistant coach, interim coach, They give him the job, and now he's two-time national champ and the winningest coach in the history of the school. It's amazing.
We talked about it with Dave Doran and what it meant. EMAC, you played for Dabo Sweeney, and for him to pass the legendary Frank Howard now from winningest coach in program history. Seems like you could tell a little bit what it meant to him and the team, but as a former player.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, just a kid from Pelham, Alabama, you know, with a dream. I mean, a guy that was a walk-on at Alabama, you know, never was an offensive coordinator, was never a head coach at any other program. And for him to do it his way was just truly amazing. And I'm so blessed and honored to have been a very small blip, you know, in that career, and just to learn all the lessons from him. One of the greatest men I've ever been around, you know, just the things that he teaches you off the field, but one of the greatest ever at what he does. And congratulations, Coach. It's amazing, amazing accomplishment.
Before we get into go ahead.
EMAC, I think you're a big blip.
You're right.
I love that. Good stuff. Before we get into X's and O's of how they did it, we got to go in the locker room with NC State after the win and see them celebrating. Let's check out Dabo Sweeney celebrating in the locker room.
It's a great day to be alive. The sun still shining and it blows my eyes. Listen, all the times in the neighborhood.
What are they singing? I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
Travis Trick, great day to be alive.
Is that country?
It's a great
Is that country?
day
Is that a
to
country
be-
song?
Yeah.
All right, I don't know it.
Yeah, well,
I didn't know if it was a
battling through
Clemson
it.
thing.
You know,
Hey, I don't feel
no,
bad.
they're battling through it. So a moment there that they're having in the locker room. EJ, let's get into X's and O's of how this happened. And we mentioned no Will Shipley. You saw Phil Maffa absolutely go off, tied a program record with 36 carries in this game, and of course finding the end zone a couple times too.
Yeah, getting the defensive stops was huge. Also getting points on defense was extra huge for this Clemson team. And they're running the football. Phil Maffa did a great job, but how about the offensive line?
Come
Biggie?
on.
I mean, look, we talk about Maffa having 180, whatever yards. Dude probably still be getting yards right now, but the O-line did a great job of not just creating lanes, but also getting leverage, as you see right there. Hat placement, hand placement, all that stuff was sharp the entire day. Always moving forward up front, owning the line of scrimmage offense.
I love the scheme, man. I loved how it just seemed like they simplified it and say, let's just go forward. We don't need to pull. We don't need to target. Let's just go in one collective direction. I can't wait to watch it tomorrow, break it down even more. But just the attack that they had and to really take pressure off Cade Klubnik, put the pressure on the offensive line and the running backs, and that's exactly what they're able to do. And the opportunistic defense, when you score, create turnovers, get sacks, tackles for loss. I mean, listen, they gave up chunky plays, but when it mattered the most, the Clemson defense stood up tall.
I like it when they hand it to Phil Maffa instead of
pitching it in his face and it lands on the
Let's stop doing that.
Less of that, please.
I mean, like you said, they called a great game because you didn't allow Cade to have to do too much, right? I mean, and that's what we saw in the past. Clemson is running the football and playing good defense, and it was going to be a physical game. They knew that. They stepped up to the challenge and answered the bell. Coach, what up?
He's got the cigar.
We see Warren walking up right now. I got a microphone right here I could grab for him, I believe. Because he's got his cigar ready to go. Hello.
Come on, Coach.
Congratulations to the winningest coach in NC State program history. That's the best tasting cigar
May or may not be water in this.
I love it.
We heard you tell Taylor you couldn't wait to get in that locker room and celebrate. We saw a little bit about you guys in there. What was that like to take it all in?
I'm so proud of these guys and the staff, and everything that we do, it's about us, you know. And I wouldn't be anywhere without the people I work with and God and the players and the fans. So I'm going to have a lot of fun tonight. Been a lot of work. That was a good team we played. We played well.
No question. Coach, your boys are here. I saw you loving up on them. A little preview. We're in the parking lot, the RV lot.
Y'all are invited. Come join us.
I'm going to come see you there. I'm going to come see you.
Right out there having a good time. Maybe till the sun comes up.
Coach, you got creative on offense, 3 turnovers from the defense. What can you say about the finish? 4. Was it 4?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Don't short me.
My fault. I don't mean to. That's true. It did. Yeah. What can you say about the finish of this team?
Yeah, and complimentary. You know, the 99-yard touchdown drive after the goal line stand was like, you couldn't ask for a better thing from your team. Like a display of toughness. They bring in an extra lineman. We bring in an extra lineman. and we stone them and then go 99 yards. Like, man, that was just beautiful.
Yeah. Well, Coach, I know a lot of those wins are probably here at home, man, because this is such a 12th man with this fan base. How excited are you to have this type of fans here?
Yeah, they showed up, man. I'm so thankful to them tonight. And we've had nights where it isn't like that. Tonight was one of those special nights, and they were a part of that win and big part of it. Yeah.
On your way to the locker room, I saw you making out with a beautiful woman. I'm assuming that was your wife.
You're damn right it was. Yeah, I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it.
Can
Coach,
you talk about her, though? Like, what she's meant to you during this journey? You won a lot of games, but she's been there the whole time.
Yeah, I know. She is incredible, and definitely my rock, definitely the person that keeps me humble, keeps me grounded. Yeah. Wouldn't be who I am without her. I know that.
Yeah. Coach, this defense, trench warfare. Yeah. You talked about it up front, man. It gets me excited when you get in these type of games, because also yesterday you told me we're going to heat them up, and you did that. Just the execution defensively.
Yeah, Coach Gibson and the D staff deserve a lot of credit. Obviously, the kids executed. We mixed a lot of things up, and the guys did a great job. And getting 4 takeaways in the game, I mean, it's hard to lose a football game with 4 takeaways. And he mixed it. You know, we blitzed, we dropped 8, we brought 4, we brought 5, and just kept mixing it up all night. And that's the beauty of the chaos that he creates. You just don't know where it's coming from.
We're going to get to talk to Peyton Wilson in just a little while, I think, on this set. And you told us earlier, you just kind of light up when you talk about him.
Yeah.
What does he mean to this program?
We walked up the tunnel together, and he put his arm around me and congratulated me. And I said, dude, I couldn't have done any of this without you. Like, I love that kid so much, that young man. He's not a kid. He's a grown-ass man. And I love him. And I'm so proud of him and for all of his growth and everything that he's done and everything that he will do. He's special. Really special.
No doubt. It's amazing.
Coach, listen to this. We got something for you. When you hear this in the locker room, what are you thinking about?
He's not going to hear it, but he'll see it, Coach. It's just it's just them chanting the Wolfpack and being in there with you and taking that moment in.
Yeah, we were doing the law of the jungle, I think, in there, you know, and the strength of the pack is the wolf, and the strength of the wolf is a pack, you know, and that's what it's all about. We're unique, you know. The Wolfpack isn't about a single thing. It's about a pack of wolves that hunt together and take care of each other, and that's what this thing's all about.
No doubt. Coach, enjoy, man.
You know,
go get your guys. Go get your boys.
Thank you, guys. Go
Congratulations.
Appreciate
Finish
it, brother.
that water bottle.
Go get your red Solo cup, another cigar.
God bless you, brother. Proud of you.
Congrats, Coach. Yes, sir. Congrats to you.
He's got the fans waiting to see him as well. Coach, thank you so much. We'll talk to Peyton in just a little while. Coach Dave Doran, nice enough to give us a little time. And the invite to the party afterwards,
That's right.
which we always like to hear. One of the best, Coach Dave Doran, the winningest coach in NC State program history. We'll have more after this.
We got to go inside.
They're going to hand it to Raphael. First down and more. Took a big hit from Williams. He bounces off and scores. 31-yard run. Kendrick Raphael's first touchdown as a Wolfpack.
How about what we saw from the NC State Wolfpack, and how about what we saw from this guy right here, someone that we talked about a lot, Peyton Wilson, here with us now. We just got to talk to your head coach, who, of course, is the winningest coach in all time in NC State program history. He said you guys shared a moment walking back into the tunnel. What did that moment mean to you, and what'd you say?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's really cool for me personally. I've been here for 6 years. You know, Coach Doran's been recruiting me since I was a sophomore in high school. So if you really think about it, he's been around me a quarter of my life, you know. It's really crazy if you think about it. And it's just awesome. I mean, to see how much he's changed over the years, how good of a coach he's become, and just how much he invests in us and how much he truly is a player's coach. I mean, that win today meant a lot more for us than it did to him. You know, we were out there just playing for him today, so.
I watch you on tape, and you never have to question your effort. You want to. You're always throwing your body around. Is that something you're born with, or can you learn to play like that?
Honestly think just, you know, growing up the way I did, I'm a country boy. I grew up on a farm. You know, my dad never let me slack. My mom's just as hard-nosed. You're not going to the doctor if you're sick, you know, and then just through the trials and tribulations over the years, you know, I never know when that last one's coming. So I'm looking to make every single play if I can.
Man, we've been watching you for 4 or 5 years now, and your development as a leader has been just as impressive as your development as a player and on the field. And, you know, you admitted to us it was hard. It was hard to take that on. How have you done that? How has NC State turned you into the man you are today?
Yeah, I mean, first I just got to credit my relationship with God and Jesus Christ.
Wow.
I think, you know, just me I mean, I come from a very Christian home, Southern Baptist, you know, and then when I got to college, I felt like I just kind of fell off from that. And, you know, just these last few years, just getting close in my walk with Jesus Christ has really helped me with that. And then also just, I mean, we're at a very blue-collar place, and if you're not doing the right stuff and you're not living by Coach Doran's way, you will be gone. And I mean, when everybody else is doing the right stuff and you're not, you're kind of an outlier. So I mean, just, you know, being in this role has been really awesome for me. It's been a lot different, but I've definitely enjoyed it.
Peyton, the past couple of games, man, you've been in the double digits a lot. You out there playing, do you ever count your tackles? You kind of like keep them on a finger note or something like that? Like, just, do you know where you're at? You have 15 today.
Nah, not even. I mean, if I had 15, I probably should have made 18. You know, I mean, y'all saw me drop a pick 6 out here today. There's definitely plays that I'm leaving on the field, but
man,
you know, trying to just hustle to every single play and try to make every play that I can.
All right, what's more exciting to you? And we asked this question before, but I'm asking a little bit different. A chance to whip somebody on pass pro and get the quarterback when he's not looking, so to speak, or a running back coming right up the A gap. It's just you and him. He's got a yard to get, and you stone his ass at the line.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess you could call me old school. I'm trying to meet him in the A-gap. trying to see where he's from, how much he weighs, and all that. You know what I mean? Meet me in the A-gap and let's butt heads.
I love it. Well, EJ, you know, brings up a great point with your tackles, and I mean, you're always around the ball, and your preparation, I feel like, really is a reason for that. Can you just take us inside the helmet, back in the meeting rooms? What does it take to get to Saturdays for you?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, you know, credit to Coach Gibson, and, you know, I mean, his defense is complicated, but the way that he lets us play and he coaches it to us, I mean, you're just able to play so free. You know, he also tells you if you make a mistake, make it 1,000 miles per hour. But, I mean, it just goes back to him. I mean, every single morning, watching film, go to practice, and every single night we come back at about 5:30 and we watch an hour and a half, 2 hours for practice, cut-ups. And, I mean, Coach Gibson, I say it all the time, I think he's the best adjustment coordinator in the game of college football. I mean, some of the stuff that he tells on the sideline, some of those plays we make, I mean, it's literally just us doing exactly what he told us to do, you know, so just credit to him.
You've been through a lot in your career, all the injuries, the ups and downs. We talked about it, the mental toll it could take on you. Who did you lean on during those tough times?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just my family and Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. You know, that's really when talking about like it earlier, that's when I really got close to, you know, Jesus Christ and just, you know, kind of figured out I can't do it on my own. You know, he's got a path for me, and whatever that is, I'm going to go at it 100%. You know, once I finally got that wrapped around, that, you know, just be where your feet are at. Stop worrying about, you know, what's coming next, what this next season's going to look like. If you're going to the next level, just be where your feet are at. Enjoy every second. I mean, that's the best thing that's ever happened to me, is just figuring that out. You know, just being here on a Saturday night, enjoying it with the guys rather than already thinking about next week, you know.
Hey, Peyton, you got a pair of shorts on over there, obviously.
Those can't be legal.
I mean, look at these guys. Look at Lee. All three of these guys got hats on. They got gloves. They got overcoats on. They probably got a heater underneath.
Warm blankets.
I mean, what?
You got any
I've seen all three of them play football. They all dogs, trust me.
Good answer. Hey, before we let you go, we've talked to you over the years, and what's been special about some of the groups, the linebacker groups, the guys that you have on this team. What's special about this group that you have to play with on defense this year?
I really think it's just the trials and tribulations that we've all been through. I mean, in years past, last year, we had talent out the wazoo. Not saying that we don't this year, but this year it's more just, there's really no hypocrites around. You know, everybody's doing as they say, and no one's really playing independently. No one cares about stats.
Grinders, man.
Yeah, we're here to play ball. You know, we had a tough beginning of the season. We had everybody on our back. So when stuff like that happens as a team, you either fall apart and you come together, and we decided to come together, and it's been paying off really well for us. So just hopefully to continue to go on this roll that we started.
Paying off really well.
But who's your mentor? Like, as a football player, I know you talk about the coaches. I'm just so curious because you're such a smart football player like we all talk about. Who was your mentor as a player who kind of taught you the game?
Yeah, well, growing up, it was always Luke Kuechly.
Okay.
But now, it's definitely transferred to Fred Warner just because his play style. He's an athlete, right?
Yeah.
He can pass rush. They could put him on a slot receiver. You know, that's kind of the way I imitate my game, and the way that he sacrifices his body, flies around the field. You've seen him make 5-yard diving tackles before, and just the effort that he plays with, and I want to be a game changer. When I'm on that field, I want to make plays and I want to change the course of the game. I want the other coaches to have to think about me. So, that's something that he does. So
I'm pretty sure other coaches have to think about you a lot and they can't quite figure it out. It's great to see you running around healthy the way that you are, Peyton. We appreciate the time today. Hopefully you get to enjoy it as much as it sounds like your head coach is going to get to enjoy it tonight.
Probably not that much.
All right, speaking of his head coach, let's go back into the locker room. We got to hear from him. Take a listen.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
Game ball for everybody.
Complimentary football, back and forth, back and forth. Defense getting takeaways. Offense 99-yard drive for a touchdown. By the way, we're going bowling.
Meanwhile, massive win here tonight for NC State, as now Dave Doeren is the winningest coach in program history. Plenty to celebrate. I don't know what that is. I guess that is a dance. I got nothing on that celebration, but KC Concepcion, you can celebrate however you want because he's definitely been a bright spot so far for this offense.
That's how Eddie be dancing.
When we decided what the game ball was going to be, I decided it had to be Dabo Sweeney breaking the school record for the most wins as a head coach. Amazing. Then all of a sudden tonight, we had a second coach, Dave Doeren at NC State. This cat, oh, look at him making out with his wife. He gets 78 wins, the most in the history of NC State. What a wonderful thing.
And what a wonderful thing to get to hear from one of his star players, the heart and soul of this defense, Peyton Wilson. 16 tackles, tackle for loss in this game, and a couple of passes defended as well. He does so much for this team. Somebody who does so much for this show, Coach Mark Richt. Time for your Beak of the Week.
Beak of the Week. All right, here's the beak. First of all, a little homework. That is how you do the U. Is this the camera right here? Right there. That's the U. No. Some people do it like this, and I'm thinking, what are you, from Utah? What the heck's going on?
Okay, that guy got it.
Now, when the opponent does this, that's disrespectful.
Oh,
that hurts my feelings when you do. But at least you did it right.
Oh,
at least you got it right. But if an opponent does this, this is like disrespecting us in a disrespectful way. If you're going to disrespect us, do it in a respectful. That's respect. That's a respectful disrespect. This is a disrespectful disrespect. Don't do it. This is right. This is wrong. Go to Utah if you do that.
Can I admit something to you?
Please.
I've done that a couple times.
Done what? This?
No, this one.
But you used the whole
I used all of
But
them.
you never did that.
No.
That was a respect.
Give me the goalpost. Give me the goalpost.
Yeah, here it is. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, he's getting it backwards. What happened there? Whoa. That should be the Beak of the Week. Moving forward. Next week, I mentioned we got a good one. Not far from where we are now.
Yeah.
We've got a matchup between North Carolina and Duke. Really looking forward to that. Didn't get to talk a whole lot about North Carolina, but they took care of business in this game. And now the big question is, can they continue?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they've got a really great Duke defense. Passing defense has been electric. They've been one-dimensional, though, offensively. Need to see Duke be able to throw the football, or that thing could get out of hurry.
Question mark could be, does Riley Leonard play? Quarterback for Duke. Does he get out there and play in a big-time rivalry? Yeah. Maybe, though. I mean, we didn't think it was against Florida State, but hey, this Duke team, you got to play solid on defense because Drake May obviously can have a potential big day.
Yeah.
Going to be a big week on ACC Network. Our Nothing But Net show going to be live from all over the place, as will ACC PM, Virginia Tech, then Duke and North Carolina for the start of the season. Emacs pretty hyped because on Thursday he's going to get to see Virginia Tech women and
look out,
Iowa go head-to-head. Got a little bit of everything here today on the ACC Huddle. Appreciate everybody behind the scenes and back in Bristol. We will see you guys next weekend in Chapel Hill.